Good evening. Tonight, we're doing dailies as healer. And just starting with this one this time, if you are watching the stream, your character is on an EU data center, you're very welcome to come by my house in game, which is situated on Louis War Chaos, plot 36, ward 29 in the Lavender Beds. This sometimes comes up and people ask in streams, so sometimes I can't actually show it, but this time I started with it, so now everyone that is at least watching right now knows. Yeah, come on down if you want to. We already have some friends here with Gazel, Tristan, and BSR. Hello Kitsu, hey Tracy, hey Mihuels, hey Gazel, hey Manu, and hey Tristan in the chat as well. I hope you're all doing very well. I also see that Quagball was here earlier today. Hey Biazan, hey Siren, I hope you're doing well as well. So, as usual, with these streams, we basically just make our way down through most of the roulettes. That means we're, for example, not using the main scenario. We're not doing the main scenario roulette, we're not doing the guild test, and we're not doing mentor roulette. But most of the other ones we're doing. Gazel says, why not put the address in video description? Most people, as far as I'm aware, do not read the video description of streams, let alone read the video description of videos. So I don't think that would change very much. But it is a good suggestion. Most people can read, I'm pretty sure. But my point was more that Gazel suggested putting the house address in the video description. But it's pretty uncommon that people will, like, open the video description in the first place. Hey Vyak, hey Xavius, I hope you're both doing very well. Right. See, Carix is here as well. Right, so we're going to start with expert roulette. And of course, I'll be healing. I'll be healing all of the roulettes on the stream. We'll also, if time permits, we'll also finish with the current alliance raid. But we'll finish with that. Hey Rust. Hey, look out, Maggie. That is that is a very good point. As I said, like an interesting thing, I have brought this up previously on a stream that sometimes like putting updated information in like a pinned comment on a video, like for instance my older guides where a patch changed something, I've usually gone out of my way to like add a pinned comment with all of the patch notes of what that means for the video. I've sometimes had put like a link to a new version of the guide, and someone will, you know, talk about the old guide and say, oh, this is a great guide, and I'm sitting there like, I mean, thank you, really very much appreciated, absolutely, but why didn't you watch the new version? So there's only so much you can do, and that's why I don't try to rely too heavily on the video description to deliver important information if I can help it. Connor Love says, been watching your videos for a while and finally can catch a stream. Well, welcome, I'm glad to have you. Thank you. Look at the Magi says, does anyone have a link to the Footfalls cover from the waiting screen? It is called Dreamwalker, if I recall correctly. And you can actually get it as an orchestrion role. You will, however, have to progress your reputation with these guys to get it. Yep, Dreamwalker. Yep, it is accessible in-game. Right, so just one more time, just to be sure that I mentioned it. How about I just add a pin? And there. Tracy, the way that you visit a different data center is you go to, you have to log out to the character select if you are on light. Then right click on your name on the right and choose data center travel. And then travel to Chaos, Louisoire. If you are on Chaos, you simply have to visit an Aetheryte in Gridania, Uldar, or Limsa and choose, I believe it's called Server Travel or World Travel, and then from there choose Louisoire. So those are the options. If you are in NA, JP, or Oceania, then you cannot visit. You would have to make a European character specifically to be able to visit. Visit another world server if you're on the same data center. Thank you. Hey Chris, hope you're doing well. And also, well, both of the Chris. We have Crispy and Classic Chris. I hope you're both doing they're doing very well. Crispy says I watched the new watched a new 1 to 50 guide. Or I watched the new 1 to 50 guides and got recommended a follow-up 50 to 90 guide from the old ones. That is pretty funny. I'm pretty sure in most of them I might have forgotten on some of them, so that's on me. But I'm pretty sure on all of them that I manually selected the 50 to 90 guide in like, or the 51 to 90 guide in like the end slate, you know, while I say the fun fact. There is like three things on screen. There's usually a playlist, a video YouTube chose, and a video that I chose. And the video that I chose for most of the 1 to 50 guides should be the 51 to 90 guide. That is of course completely irrelevant if you just, you know, let the video play out and YouTube then chooses a new video for you. The algorithm does not for sure know what the difference is between the old and the new version, right? It just says, well, this one has more views. Which is very funny sometimes. Viech is grinding gear from Tower of Zot. You remember, Tracy, there is a short on the channel on how to visit a data center, or to actually use the visit world or data center, like the whole thing is, there is like a 1 minute short on that, if in case you forget. Right then, should we start with Expert Roulette? If you would like to come along for Expert Roulette, come on over to me so I know who wants to come along. Oh, that's Mano. Right, and we have a balanced team. Very nice. Again, Adam. I hope you enjoyed your first Savage raid. That's very nice. I'm glad. I hope my my guide helped you get started at the very least. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. Good luck with the clear tomorrow, by the way, Adam. Hopefully you'll get it. Hey Zach, I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, close enough. You almost had it, Zach. Who needs ether flow anyway? Oh, I was a little late on that one. Oh well. No one really needed it, so... Ashley says I'm a new player. I played a little to about level 40 6 years ago. I'm unsure if I should join the preferred servers, since the XP bonus seems to be a little crazy. The thing is, that's actually, I would say that's entirely up to you. I would recommend, if you don't have like a particular server that strikes your fancy, then it's generally a benefit to start on the preferred server, so you get the road to 80 bonus. You can use that to your benefit by like spreading your focus to like level multiple jobs at once without falling behind the MSQ as much. The thing is, eventually the MSQ will catch up to you, as I kinda demonstrated indirectly through my rewind replay series. By only doing the MSQ with one job while we had the road to 80 buff the entire way, we ran out. Like, we reached level 90 when the MSQ was like 83 or 84 or something like that, by using it on just one job. So I would say go ahead and play on a preferred server. If you don't have, like, unless you have a server you would really like to be on for, like, any reason, really. Like, maybe you'd really like to be on the same server as a friend, maybe you'd really like to be on a specific server for some other reason, then you can do that. But the preferred servers are very nice for, like, getting a little bit, you know, caught up in levels, you could say. So I would recommend that. And thank you for the compliment on the videos. I'm very happy to hear that. I had too much ether flow. Yeah. You know, Zach, most of the time I feel like by level 90, at least like end game content, because most of the AoE pulls are like 2 packs, like 1 or 2 packs. It seems to be generally accepted that you just, you know, you pull everything. But I could imagine some healers might not feel too confident about it. I think it depends on what tank you're playing as well. Like, if you're playing a tank that is perfectly capable of keeping themselves alive without much help, then you can much more confidently and easily just go, I'm just going to pull big anyway. It also, of course, depends on how confident you feel about the job that you're playing. Mr. Carl Vax says, have you played other MMOs? I played World of Warcraft for around 15 years. Before Final Fantasy XIV. Well, a little bit overlapping in the last few years of it. And I played MapleStory, Fliff, Runes of Magic briefly, Guild Wars 1 and 2, although some people would say that Guild Wars 1 doesn't really count. I played Wildstar back when it was new. I think, wasn't there an MMO called Silk Road or something like that? I played, I also played Cabal online for a while. I also played Nostale for a little bit. So yeah, I did. I've played a lot of MMOs, but mostly World of Warcraft. Back when Classic started, I actually made a warrior, and I got to level 60 like reasonably quickly for someone who wasn't speedrunning it. God bless your soul. Well, thank you. I didn't think it was that bad. It was very, very, very boring at times. But for what I needed at the time, it was pretty nice. You know, just a relatively simple grinding game to just turn your brain off at that time. Hey Chelsea, hope you're doing well. Carlberg says, I'm currently back to WoW after I left in Shadowlands. How are you finding Dragonfly so far? I quit WoW around Legion. I came back for a month for Battle for Azeroth because a friend insisted that it wasn't that bad. And after I played that month, that friend also started playing the game less, so I feel like I convinced him that it wasn't that great, rather than the opposite. It's not bad, it's just that it wasn't as fun as it used to be. So I don't know. I followed kind of a little bit along with what's happening in Dragonflight, but not that much, so I wouldn't be able to speak much on it. One of my first observations with Dragonflight was specifically that they removed talent trees for a reason back in Mr. Pandaria. I'm very curious why they changed their mind on that one. Also, hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I haven't actually played Dragonflight. And I haven't played Shadowlands. Will we even see the full breath and octostroke thing? I guess we will, just barely. Let's see, Calvec says, I didn't enjoy BFA, only played a month, but in Shadowlands I got hard into raiding, so I had fun. But I had fun raiding. But the same raid for 6 months was a bit rough. Yeah, I would know, because I raided Siege of Orgrimmar from its release till Warlords of Draenor. Which was, I believe, the longest or the second longest raid tier of all time in World of Warcraft, something like that, over a year of Siege of Orgrimmar every single week. The thing is, World of Warcraft's raids are good. The key problem is that I feel with World of Warcraft is that they require a lot of like mandatory grind to get there. Oh, wonderful. Just a moment. All right. Look how the magic says, now that we've gotten every level 90 dungeon, which one is your favorite? I actually really like Dead Ends. I feel like I actually would say Dead Ends. Weirdly. Sounds like the neighbors are just demonstrating a mandatory grind. Speaking of World of Warcraft. But yeah, that is the key problem that I found with World of Warcraft is specifically... is specifically that to do the fun content that you want to do, you have to do a lot of chores, like a lot of grinding, and it isn't helped by the fact that, well, it's less of a thing nowadays because I believe they removed Titan forging and all that, so the Mythic Plus gear treadmill isn't infinite, it's just really long, but it isn't infinite. But that still means that instead of getting like a little bit to do every week like you get in Final Fantasy XIV, every waking moment is a gearing opportunity. Like, literally, a content creator, for example, for World of Warcraft, would be at a disadvantage to someone who isn't a content creator, assuming that person doesn't have a full-time job, simply because it means that you don't have to spend time editing videos, for example. Weirdly, it's a little quieter now. Really strange. But yeah, that's what really kind of wrecked it for me. Part of it was also that my main enjoyment in World of Warcraft was doing hard content with friends. It's like, imagine someone who goes, oh, I should probably be a little quiet, so they drill slower and take longer, and it's nearly as loud as normal. Like, just finish, man. Get it over with, so we can all move on. But yeah, the problem is specifically the potentially endless grind. And that's the key word, is potentially endless. Like, there's also the massive difference between how much the grind actually makes a difference. Like, for example, Final Fantasy XIV, I mean, you have no incentive if like to grind the current raid tier if what you really want to do is participate in the next raid tier, because when the next raid tier comes, here's a crafted set. In World of Warcraft, you will still replace most of your gear very quickly when the next raid tier comes around. The thing is that the current raid tier's gear will give you a better platform to do that more quickly. And the thing is, it depends on what you want to do in World of Warcraft. If you want to do like really high Mythic Plus keys, or you want to like do like Mythic raiding, that's a huge, like, it's a completely different universe to, I just raid a little bit when I feel like it, maybe I'll do a Mythic Plus. And even if you do, you might still have bigger problems finding groups if your item level is lower than average. And that's actually the thing, is that it isn't actually like the game that is barring you entry. We've had conversations about this before on the Discord server. I'll just put a link for anyone that doesn't know. The YouTube channel has a Discord server. We have had conversations about the fact that even in Final Fantasy, or Final Fantasy XIV, your item level actually does play a part in your ability to join difficult content, because as a raid tier progresses, the minimum item level that people expect you to have, like, slowly but gradually increases until there are actually groups that are like, oh yeah, to join this P9S farm group where we're just doing the weekly clear, you need like an item level of 659. Like, why would I join if I had 659? weird things like that, and that happens in World of Warcraft too. The difference is that I feel like it's less prominent in Final Fantasy XIV because it's not necessary in the same way. The key reason being that every waking moment isn't a gearing opportunity, although it might not be as much in Dragonflight. Exactly, it's like past Party Finder, but there are groups like that. I do remember seeing someone posting a Party Finder group for the newest extreme on like day 2 or 3 of it existing. It was a farming party where paladins were not allowed, or something weird like that, and also you needed like 660 to join. Like you needed to not need the raid, you needed to not need the trial itself to be able to join. It's like, it's really funny when that happens. The best one I've heard of is probably, and there's nothing that tops that, was I believe in the first or second raid tier of Stormblood, best in slot for tanks was actually full crafted right side, like not augmented, just crafted right side. Reason being that you could overmeld it. In Stormblood, accessories only had one of the primary attributes, and it was usually the attribute associated with your role. So tank accessories only had vitality on them, but at least in Stormblood, tanks still relied on strength for their damage output. So their armor gave strength and vitality, their weapons gave strength and vitality, but their accessories did not. Now, that's important because in Stormblood we had strength materia. So best in slot for tanks for a while was literally to just melt strength, like full pentamelt strength on the right side with just crafted gear, which meant that if you actually set your Party Finder requirement to be can I even write that? Like this, then you would never have, either you would have bad tanks join your group that somehow got their hands on gear that wasn't optimal, or you would have tanks that just had like maximum item level gear on them to be able to join Party Finder groups like this, or you would get no tanks, because the good tanks were like, you know, like maybe here or maybe even here, just because of how heavily their crafted gear dragged them back down to earth. And like things like that result in these hilarious situations where it's actually detrimental, heavily detrimental, more so than it normally would be, to require perfect gear from the players, because you actually need to understand what perfect means to do that. And that is also true, JL. Having a high item level does not necessarily mean that you have like that you're very skilled. It could mean that, depending on where that gear is coming from, but given that it is possible to buy a boost, it isn't guaranteed indicative of your skill. There's also the part that sometimes you'll see someone, and I've talked about this many times before, you'll see in a expert roulette, you'll see someone with like a triple ultimate legend title like fail on some super mundane mechanic because they're not paying attention. Also, hey, that is an interesting name, Warfare Advancement Revisionism. Hope you're doing well. And the thing is, Beamy, it isn't it isn't exclusive to passing parties that they lock a really high item level. It has been more prevalent in World of Warcraft, the classic, you need a higher item level than the gear that actually drops. You also need the clear achievement to even join. Weird thing, you know, the classic thing is more prominent in World of Warcraft compared to Final Fantasy XIV, as far as I know, mainly because you don't need to speedrun the raids so that you have time to do more stuff, which you could do in World of Warcraft. But it is a thing that people will require a high item level, not necessarily because they assume that because you have a high item level you're better, more so that because you have a higher item level it is going to be harder for you to be bad. Like, to have full 660 you would need to have, you know, savage rings and a 660 weapon at minimum to even be able to have that, and that would require some amount of like savage knowledge at minimum, and that way they can at least know that you might know that, and even if you don't, your higher item level is going to mean that it will take less for you to meet the DPS requirement. And that is one of the reasons it's not necessarily about passing, it's about reducing the chance that you're going to wipe. Beanie Poem is here. Also, by the way, thank you for 8 months, Tracy. Thank you so much. And that is also true, Chelsea. That is exactly the same as it's not precisely the same, but it's a similar problem to the Stormblood one I described before. If you demand that other players have actually like the maximum possible like acquirable item level in the game to join your group, then if there is some sort of like unusual detail for a specific role or job, that means that they actually don't do that, well, then you're barring them from entry. You're just preventing them from coming, which means that if you set the requirement too high, there's a better chance that instead of getting a really good healer in full biz, what you're getting is a healer that just has full 660 gear. Like, incidentally, they have the item level to join your group, unrelated to whether they have biz or not, right? Like, they could get mostly 660 by just nowadays by just farming hunts, hunt trains. You would be able to get nearly full 660. You would be missing a ring and a weapon, but that's really close. And that's also like kind of the motivations why it can be a good thing to look for a static, for example. Oh, we're drilling again. But part of the reason why you might want to look for a static if you really want to get into savage raiding is specifically because then you're more likely to get measured on your actual skill level rather than how much gear you have. Because problem is, and this is really the core issue with item level requirements, older World of Warcraft versions where they go with gear score and weird things like that, is because they don't actually they can't see how good you are really without making the item level requirement. Maybe if they can ask you for logs, they might get an idea, but the thing is that logs are still impacted by the group around you, so it might not be your fault. MMCZB says, listening to the discussion, and wow, they changed it so that the party leader can't ask for a high item level than they have equipped. Oh, I know. That's not a new thing. Can you do that in 14? Oh, I don't know. It didn't say that I couldn't do that, but I'm not going to try. The thing is, and thank you, Tronic, in World of Warcraft, For example, back in Legion, people would post groups on, like, you know, the LFG tool, and they would set an ice melt requirement, which was like maybe weirdly low, or like kinda not as high as you would normally expect it to be. And then they would just write in the description that you actually need to have like 20 higher item level than that. And the reason why their item level requirement was lower was because they themselves hoped to get carried, right? So the simple fact of the matter is that preventing players from setting the item level requirement that they want, not what's reasonable or fair, but what they want, will just make them circumvent it and do something else. And this was like a common thing. Like, obviously the countermeasure to that is if you see a group where the item level actual requirement and the one described in the description of the group doesn't match, then you know you're getting memed, like you're getting trolled by this person who just want to get carried. So you just don't join them. But it being a restriction doesn't prevent people from doing it. It's the same as people going, oh no, we're not trading gil for real money. We just need you to hop on this Discord server to have the conversation about the trade. Ding! Same thing. So if there is a restriction in game, they'll find, like, there will also, by that token, be a way to circumvent it. It's just a matter of whether the other players choose to accept that. Some do, some don't. Gazel says, isn't it that you can use Duty Finder to avoid the item level restriction? I mean, yes. Like, if you are in a full pre-made, you can queue for pretty much whatever you want, with very little restrictions. And I say very little restrictions because sometimes there will be some. Right. Next up, we are doing level 90 Dungeon Roulette. So if you would like to join for that, just walk over to me, and then we'll see if we need to replace anyone, or if we can just, or what we have to do. Yeah, just come on over to me if you want to come along for level 90 Dungeon Roulette. That is, of course, the one that does not require that is not the 2 newest dungeons. Does anyone that was in the previous dungeon, is there anyone that doesn't mind sitting out this one? Matthew says level and no disciples of the hand or land restrictions can't be avoided. I think that makes pretty good sense. I think that makes pretty good sense. Mimi asks, can I join? I mean, are you still without PC, Ymir? Because then it might be very difficult. But yeah, as I said earlier, during the expert roulette, part of what made me quit World of Warcraft was that it was way too grindy at the time. It felt like it was too overwhelming, and then it has since moved a little bit away from that. But nowadays, it's just that, like, part of what motivated me to play was also having friends play, and in the time frame where I quit, many of my friends who played also quit, so I kind of lost a lot of reason to come back. Hmm. I was expecting to have to heal more. I wanted to weave a soul of Sastasha. You know, it is actually a shame we will never be able to see that. Level 90 Weaver versus solo versus Sastasha. Can it even be done? You might be able to kind of fake it by just grabbing like a job with similar stats and just trying to mimic the like the health amounts and armor amounts. Hello, Anulana. And hello, Designs. And hello, Goldtooth. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Jet. Welcome back from FanFest. I hope you enjoyed being there. And thank you, Designs. This dungeon is Al Sadal's Legacy. It's a level 90 dungeon. Oh no, Jail. I think the entire point is to do a dungeon with a severely underprepared job, just because it would be funny. Oh, that's what you meant, Designs. I just saw Anulana's message. Yeah, I have played Final Fantasy XIV since around Stormblood, so it's just that earlier in the stream someone asked if I'd played other MMOs, and then we kind of got down a little rabbit hole of World of Warcraft. And that is actually a pretty common thing on these streams, that we end up talking about something with Final Fantasy XIV in relation to World of Warcraft. That is true, Jail. Your character's actually... It's not entirely dictated by your armor, but having bad gear actually has a massive impact on your character's power. So, like, while a level 90 and level 50 gear will still be much, much stronger than a level 50 in, like, level 50 gear, there is a massive difference in the power between them. Took 3 hits to kill a level 51 Woolly Yak. Yeah, exactly. I ran into this observation, like the power that levels give alone, back when I was making a video on can you solo Final Fantasy XIV? In the with the question being specifically, what if there were no other players? Not as in can you actually one man all content? Which means that any content that doesn't actually offer like a duty support, you would have to solo. And the first one you run into is like Thorn March. And I was like, well, you could just level to 90, right? You could just power level to 90 and then be in level 50 gear. But it was a genuine, like, significant question then. Can you do that? Like, would a level 90 in level 50 equipment be able to deal with that? And the answer was yes. The answer was very yes, of course. It was actually very easy. How would you speculate the new League of Legends MMO will affect Final Fantasy XIV in 24-25? I don't know. I have no idea. I have a pretty whoops, I accidentally used that card myself. I have a pretty strong feeling that there isn't too big of an overlap between League of Legends players and Final Fantasy XIV players, and if that is true, then the League of Legends MMO will have very little impact. But it might not be true. An interesting thing with that suggestion, Master Plus Margarita, is that a lot of players say that Final Fantasy XIV has some of the best raids in MMOs. So they would probably play both. Like, if the League of Legends MMO has good raids, then they'll probably play both. the lead dev for the MMO said that raid will be the main point for the game. Wasn't that also part of what Wildstar set out to do? You know, Wildstar, which is dead. They set out to do, like, old school 40-man raiding. So, like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, is that I don't know for sure. My only reference point would be, is there an actual overlap between the Final Fantasy XIV player base and, like, Riot Games player base? There's, of course, also the possibility that there are people that would, you know, that aren't necessarily dedicated one side or the other, so they'll play any game that is good. So if the new MMO is good, they'll play it. Oh, other side. Oh, perfect. I had a Lady of Crowns just for that. Oh. Yeah, I didn't want the big primed earthly star anyway. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't want it. Perfectly fine. I didn't want it. I always find Astrologian very, very hard to manage. I don't play it enough. But I think that went really well. JL says, I like the Guild Wars 2 approach of just buy one DLC. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But that also kind of requires them to add a lot of, like, cash shop items. The good thing is that for the most part, Guild Wars 2 has, like, I think the closest Guild Wars 2 has to quote-unquote pay to win is that they have slightly better, like, gathering tools there that can give you a slight advantage. They have extra inventory space, which is classic, right? Always extra inventory space. Small things like that, but it isn't like actual power advantage. But the difficult part is if you can buy good equipment for money, in-game money, then you can get anything with enough like advantages. But I think Guild Wars 2's model is good as well. The thing is, I have tried Guild Wars 2 multiple times. I actually have back in the Path of Fire expansion times, I got every profession, as they're called there, to max level. I didn't like unlock everything on every profession, but I did max level every profession. And I happened to play in the days where the Chronomancer was absolutely completely busted. Like, as in any raid content, you needed one because they were too good. Like, I believe they were the only source of alacrity or something like that, which is perfectly balanced. Neo Folger says, do you do mental roulettes? Not on these streams. I don't do very many mental roulettes. In fact, the last time I did mental roulettes in a while was actually, and this was, I think I accidentally cut that bit out. If you've seen my mental roulette problem video that I put out somewhat recently, the background footage there is a mental roulette. Like, I clicked Q and that's where I ended up. I actually, after doing that one, I finished recording, recorded again, and queued again, and landed in another completely mundane, normal dungeon. I've since learned that the reason was that I queued as healer, and that the most likely way to land yourself in like extremes and weird surprising content is to queue as a DPS. I've been told. I don't know. I just saw that was what people said. But I actually did specifically queue for Mental Roulette to have Mental Roulette go in the background. If I had gotten Ramu Extreme and I had gotten, about 15 minutes of footage of that, that would have been perfect. That would have been that would really have pulled together the entire video, like just finished it with a nice bow. But I didn't. So I would just instead of faking it or specifically trying to force a specific result, I just went, well, that's the mental roulette that I got. So that's the mental roulette that you get to see. And you can even, if you would like, where is it the mental roulette one is? It's here, right? You can even set, if you really want to, you can even check that video. I believe it says 10 out of 2000 in the video. That picture was taken before I did the other footage for the video, so I have not done mental roulette since that video. It's not that I hate doing mental roulette or something like that. It's just that I'm not particularly motivated by a mount reward, and 2000 roulettes sounds like a bit much. If I was motivated by a mount reward, then there was a lot of things that I probably would be more likely to do in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Oh, that's fine, Neofulga. I didn't mean to point fingers and say, oh, you didn't get that. It was just to just to relate it that I did actually do mental roulettes somewhat recently in a video context, but I don't really do. No, you didn't do anything wrong. You just asked. But yeah, I totally understand, and I totally understand that some players, some mentors, don't want to do mental roulette because of the downsides. That video put quite a lot of emphasis on the fact that there are some reasons why you wouldn't want to do it. And I actually saw, there's a lot of comments on that mental roulette video that shines lights on other reasons why you might not want to. a particular one that I pointed out was that it's not uncommon that some mentors will leave rather than try and teach. A lot of players then rebutted in the comments and said, well, actually, there's also a lot of sprouts that refuse to listen or get mad when you try to explain. I've never seen that. Well, I have seen it in like very mild cases, but those people usually get told that that's rude as well. So I haven't had that problem, but that would of course demotivate mentors from speaking up, right? If they're scared of people getting mad at them. Yeah, but yeah, we usually don't do mentor roulette on these streams because first of all, I can't bring anyone, so it's not the same as this Hangout stream. It can also get really hard. Did your comment get eaten again, JL? Why is this happening specifically to you? Is it that specific emote? You might want to like copy your messages before you send them so that you can resend them. In case it eats them. That's really annoying, actually. But yeah, we don't do the mental roulettes, both because it's something I can only do alone, and because the exact result, what we're getting, has such a massively wide span that it could be anything. And, I mean, we already went through a bunch of different roulettes by the time we get to mentor. I just feel like there's no need to do that one too. I could one day do like a stream where we just do mentor roulette. I don't know if that's something people would find fun. And there's a lot of weird things with emotes on YouTube. For this one goes out to the members, the cultists of the pink in the chat. If you've ever noticed that I pretty much never use the member emotes in comments, is because most of the comments I respond to from my phone, because the notification system in the YouTube Studio app is more likely to catch everything than the notifications in the browser. Which means I have a higher chance of actually catching a comment I want to respond to on the phone. But on the phone, I can't actually access the member emotes in a comment. And I can't actually access emotes altogether when I'm writing a community post in the browser. It's quite inconsistent. Castle says the people who end up with you in the mental roulette might not like the idea that someone is streaming their mistakes. That's true. That is true. You could argue that for any content. There's also a big difference between how you present the mistakes. Typically, I don't point and laugh at people's mistakes in a negative way when I'm streaming. And if you see in the background footage in my videos that someone is making a crucial mistake, that's usually because I missed it. If I see someone is making a crucial mistake, I will usually try to use other footage, because I don't want people to feel bad about that. Design says one fix would be you can only queue for it after you've cleared it, which would make people want to use Party Finder for those clears, which is the actual way of doing it for non-JP. Well, this is actually one that a bunch of people came up with very recently. Like, I didn't really see this comment in that mental roulette video for weeks, but just the other day, a bunch of people were like, wait a minute, free trial players can't even use the Party Finder. So they can't do anything about it. They have to queue. They have to queue or nothing. Like, they don't actually have the choice. Like, maybe if they have a friend, they could join their group and they can make Party Finder, but a lone free trial player is completely unable to do extreme content through the Party Finder. That's actually very interesting as well. You could argue that, well, maybe the free trial shouldn't include extreme content then. I don't know. I'm not going to choose a side on that one, but that could be a counter argument to that. Master Plus Margarita says, I remember way back in the day when putting videos of games on the internet was new. I felt really weird about people putting up multiplayer footage for basically that reason. That's also true. It's the same about people recording things in public with their phone, right? Sometimes people will get caught in the background footage that didn't want to be part of it. Sometimes they don't care. But it isn't uncommon that some people weren't asked, right? So that's a difficult one as well. But that is exactly part of the reason why when I'm streaming something, in most cases, I will try to like spin it in a positive light, or at least not draw attention to something in a negative way. Like, if I see someone die, it's an unfortunate result that they die in the dungeon or whatever it is. But we don't make fun of that, right? Because they might not have signed up to be laughed at for making a mistake. They might not enjoy that. Who knows? Maybe they'll see it later. Actually, really funny thing is, I can't remember the context, but I do remember seeing a random picture of someone doing Borderland Ruins. So, a while back when Borderland Ruins existed and was available, I just saw in the screenshot that my name was in the party list. I was like, huh. Apparently I was in that group. Interesting. And I wasn't asked if I wanted to be in the picture, right? So like, that's the thing, is that if you're traversing the World Wide Web, sometimes you'll get caught in a picture. Also, I'm guessing what Chris said that could be interesting too was a mental roulette stream. I had considered it and then I forgot, and now I thought about it again. Mr. Worldwide. But I think the thing is, I think it's funny when I randomly find myself in other people's footage rather than embarrassing. The thing is, I make mistakes, and I'm actually more likely to make mistakes when I'm streaming than when I'm not. Like, it's way more likely that I'll do something really dumb because I'm too focused on talking with all of you or reading a message or something, and then I'll just mess up. So generally speaking, my performance in the background footage is often a lot more impressive than a live stream performance, simply because I'm too focused on trying to be funny rather than trying to be good at the video game. Oh right. The next one we're doing is 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons. If you would like to join me for that, just come on over to me here on the porch. And then we'll figure out who we bring. Calvike says, I was in Praetorium with Just Drive Hayes. Wild. And we were chatting about the game, and I saw that later he ended up using that in a video that later got reacted to by Aspen. That is pretty wild. I'll invite everyone. By the way, nothing bad about it, Tristan, but I actually examined your gear earlier, and I thought it was really impressive that you had, like, pretty much every single gear piece you have is from different content. I thought that was really funny. The most impressive one is that you just randomly have an ornate Renacita cuirass here. Just like, it's just like the weirdest random best ofs list. I'm guessing that you got it from Chloe, right? I'm guessing that it's rather recent that you reached the end game then. But yeah, designs, this is Louisoix Chaos in the EU data center. But that is quite wild, Carlwax. That is quite wild. I have sometimes, like, jumped into a dungeon and someone recognized me and I'm like, well, I am recording right now, so... that usually doesn't make it into the video because I block out the chat log just for anyone's privacy. If you need some help with figuring out what to do, Tristan, remember that I do have a gearing guide to help you gear up in the current raid tier. Master Plus Margarita says, I was one of those people. I'm in the background with Scholar Guide. Oh, nice! I think it's always funny when I queue into something and people recognize me. Like, I don't mind. I really don't. I also don't mind if people recognize me on the street. I do it less now, but I used to do it. Like, I would specifically hang out in Limsa Lamensa, so it was easy to find. It's not that there's any bad reason why I stopped doing that. It's just that I haven't done it as much recently. And also, yeah, if you want to know exactly where we are, I actually put a pinned comment or a pinned message in the stream chat where it says exactly where we are. Right, apparently we're 5. Is there anyone from the previous group that don't mind sitting out? Okay, thank you, Beanie. I'll of course, we'll of course have a bigger group as we get to the 8-man content. Now we have no tank. Tristan says, I just did the Raktika thing. Wait, how did you have a Lunar Envoy weapon? How did your warrior have a 620 Lunar Envoy weapon if you haven't reached Endwalker? Can you get that with the Chocobo feathers? You can get them from Retainer. Oh, I never realized that. That is incredible. Now, I think that explains a lot better, because I was like, Tristan had gear from Fell Court of Troya and gear from, like, the 2 previous raid tiers of, like, tombstone equipment. And then the ornate chest piece, like, just a complete like, also, like, gear from Dead Ends, actually. Just random mishmash of equipment, but that actually explains a lot if your retainer can bring them back. It never occurred to me that could happen. I don't send my retainers on the 1-hour random things that much. I just set them on the 18-hour thing and just don't check on them because I can't be bothered. It's not the most effective. I literally made a guide on retainers and clarified that it's not the most effective. I just do it anyway. So when I say do as I say and not as I do, I really mean it. What do we get? Ah, of course, Snowcloak. Of course. 5, 6, 7, 8 roulette, more like Snowcloak. I feel like it's very often that it is Snowcloak, or is that just me? Yeah, stun, very effective. I was ready to jump for that benediction any moment. Oh, it's the same for you, Alexei. 50% snow cloak, 30% aetheric chemical research facility. Oh, that is surprising. I feel like I rarely get aetheric chemical research facility. But I now that you mention it, I feel like I've gotten it like once or twice in these streams. Just in somewhat recent memory. So you might be right on that one. Keep Up the Lake also comes up quite often. So here's a tip about this boss. For anyone that don't know. You know how he does the Snowdrift spell? If you're moving when it actually resolves, not when he finishes casting, but when it resolves, then you don't get the debuff. It's actually like a discount deep freeze mechanic. Like, yeah, exactly like this. You just start running around. And you don't get the debuff. It's not very well explained, and the thing is that most of the time, the fight doesn't actually last long enough for it to ever become a problem. So most of the time, you're never faced with the reality that you might want to keep moving. See, it would have hit twice. You need to get hit by it 4 times for it to lead to something. Prep for tea. I did actually feature that boss in my 10 boss mechanics video from a while back. Because it has the earliest incarnation of Deep Freeze, and I feel like most cases of Deep Freeze in the game are like extremely like crucial to the story in a way. By the way, you may have noticed that the wind here hurts if you stand in it. Oh, you may not have noticed, but if you've ever noticed how sometimes it takes a lot more to survive this, is if you're standing in the wind here. It's just like an extra mob smacking you. I agree, Jet. It is a little bit of a shame that it's almost like the mechanic doesn't even exist. I have to say, I don't play White Mage that much, honestly. But I am quite impressed by how effective Holy is in lower level dungeons like this one. Like, because the trash packs take so little time to resolve, the around 7 seconds of stun that it's going to lead to is typically like most of the fight. I also kind of miss the snowball mechanic in the old version. I do, however, also remember sometimes getting this with a full group of sprouts that weren't listening, which made it very, very rough sometimes. Yeah, the mechanics were completely changed on this boss. The old version was that sometimes Spriggan ads would come in from the side, and then the boss would use like a frontal cone attack, and if you landed that cone attack on the Spriggans, they would turn into snowballs. If you then hit the snowballs again with the breath, they would turn into bigger snowballs. And by hitting the snowballs with any attack, which included AoE damage, which sometimes is a problem, you would send them at the boss, which would do damage, good damage, really good damage for the bigger snowballs. But it would also interrupt the Northalize spell, if I remember correctly. And the Northalize spell was room-wide in the old version, so you couldn't actually dodge it. So you had to interrupt it, but if someone just threw all the snowballs at the boss, then it wouldn't work. And then you just have to eat it. The thing is that I learned the hard way that that AoE didn't wipe you. It didn't actually wipe you. So it was kinda fine, it just kinda sucked if you were the healer. But that is like, there's a few bosses in the A Realm Reborn content where they were completely reworked in that way. Thank you for coming in, Manu, and enjoy your walk. Exactly, the old large snowballs hit like a freight train if you set them up right. The final, so Midgard's armor in Keep of the Lake was also completely changed. Whether it is for the better or not, hard to say, but I can say for certain that I certainly didn't like when you had a group that didn't understand what to do about the Einhander in the fight. So the change in, there's a bunch of things that were changed in the Midgardsormr fight, but the particular thing that that people took note of is that instead of having a dragon ad and then a dragon ad that you had to position right, it's just 2 dragon ads as an intermission. Midgardsormr also will not do a room-wide insta-kill if at any point. And there will not be an Einhander, one of those weird creatures, coming down that you have to kill and then deal with using the shield thingy. That was completely removed. The thing is, if you were the tank in such a run, and the rest of the group didn't understand that they had to click the thing, it was nearly impossible to do as a tank, because getting smacked by the dragon would interrupt you using the item. Exactly, honestly, it wasn't like it was a huge problem or a big deal to do it. It was just, it kind of sucked if you had a group that didn't really care. I have seen your HP, I'm just trying to see whether I actually need to heal you, Tristan. I don't think I need to, not more than a region. But I'm not just letting you die slowly. Did I move in time? I did. But that is true, Jet. By removing all of the punishments for failing a mechanic, it also takes all of the bite out of a mechanic to in some capacity, so that people don't care to deal with it. And when suddenly mechanics start being evil and killing you for failing them, it can come as a surprise. A particularly interesting example of that, which has since become redundant, I've talked about this before on stream. I had a run in Aurum Vale years ago, where as we were running up to Coin Counter, that's the second boss, you know, the Cyclops, I warned the group, by the way, just keep in mind that this boss has invisible telegraphs. You have to look at the boss to know what was happening. And I believe the tank, and I was the healer, the tank said, Lamau, this is Final Fantasy XIV. They don't have mechanics like that. And then they died. Then they promptly died. I can't remember how it came to that, but I do believe I ended up soloing the last bit of the boss because Coin Counter's damage output of unavoidable damage is pathetic, to put it nicely. Like, he is almost incapable of killing something without his mechanics. So if you just dodge, you can tank him as a healer, no problem. So he died because he didn't trust me. And that is, of course, because every single dungeon, every piece of content this player has seen before this one has taught him that all mechanics have a telegraph. But that was the exception. And the interesting thing is, Coin Counter is in an optional dungeon, but he was technically the introduction to that kind of mob. And I say that kind of mob because there are mobs in the open world, there are mobs in dungeons, there are mobs just randomly in the world that have that exact body structure with the big thing and a big muscly body and weird legs. And when they raise the arm, it means frontal cone. When they put the thing in front of their face, it means 360, right? And you're supposed to learn that. You're just supposed to learn that. But now the boss that is supposed to teach you that has telegraphs. Carl Wax says, I feel that what the mechanics do to you as an individual could be done as a solo encounter in more modern mechanics, like some more janky things that require you to stop and do something else. Yeah, actually, that's an interesting thing, is that, and this is something that I kind of touch on a little bit in the video coming out tomorrow. If the game doesn't actually test your knowledge and just lets you pass, even if you fail a mechanic, then you don't learn it. But on the other hand, if you have to learn it and you don't get it, then that could also bar you from, you know, playing the game. But I do agree, I feel like dungeons, it would be nice if they were a little bit more punishing. It doesn't have to like be too mean, but it would be interesting if we had some harder mechanics in dungeons, some harder, more brutal mechanics, so you have to pay attention. But I also understand that these kinds of evil mechanics would kind of need to be in like optional content rather than land in the expert roulette, because I don't mind getting a harder dungeon in expert roulette 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, but I do mind getting some really hard content that requires you to pay attention and not having a group that pays attention. I can't deal with that 5 times, right? Like, that's going to grow old super fast. And the thing is, a lot of people are going to do their expert roulette not really paying that much attention, right? So the thing is, not so much that there is a problem with putting them in a roulette, it's more that there are going to be players that aren't paying attention, and those that do pay attention will mostly get punished by having those that are not paying attention, rather than something in between. Master Plus Margarita says, to this day I don't understand how the doors on Diablos in Lost City of Elder Paul work, because it's not punishing enough that any group I've run with has actually done the mechanic. I've wiped to that mechanic because it only takes you failing it once to possibly ruin your attempt. The way that they work is, it's a little hard without like the fight in front of me, but the way that it works is when you pull the boss, each door has an icon on it. And there is only going to be 2 doors with a specific icon, so they're like pairwise matched, right? So what you have to do is before, like early in the fight, you have to mark the doors that you plan to open. So that, and the reason for that is that when you actually need to open them, the icons will be gone, just gone. So you have to either remember that or mark them. And if you open 2 doors with a matching icon, your party will get sucked into one of the doors, and then you will like gradually move through time and space, or through the void maybe, over to the other door and get thrown out again, which means that you will dodge the mechanic by not being present when the boss does the mechanic. So that's how it's done, is that you actually need to, like, the reason why that mechanic can be evil on a first go is you see the doors, you see the markers on them and go, huh, that's interesting. And then when you actually need the doors, the markers are gone. Like, or the icons are gone. And that means you have to, like, connect those dots at 2 different times. But I can see why, if you've beaten the boss without it wiping you, that would exactly be the case. Like, this is something I've talked about many times, is that the way to learn a mechanic is to fail it. I can zone into a difficult boss, but there's a nearly 0 chance, like near 0 chance, that anyone in my party will care about me explaining the boss if you don't wipe. Like, for example, in Alexander, Refurbisher, it's almost every time I get Refurbisher in normal Red Roulette, it means we're going to wipe minimum 1 time. Minimum 1 time. Because no one is going to listen to the explanation until you realize that if you don't actually do the boss right, you'll wipe. Like, that's the reason, is if you explain the boss before you try and pull, the players will go, don't care, we can probably do it anyway. Because sometimes you'll get the explanation of a boss, like a really long, boss fight. Or a really long boss explanation, and then it never comes up. Or people just ignored it and you still beat the boss. So there's just no reason to go through the entire explanation until you wipe. Like, I have gotten into groups where, like, I have the mentor crown on. Some people say the first time, and ask if there's anything they need to be aware of before they pull the boss. Very nice. What I usually say is, how about we give it a try, and then we can talk about it if we fail. And most of the time we kill the boss if it isn't like an extreme, right? And if we wipe, then I'll just talk about the thing that we failed, rather than explain them the whole spiel about how the boss works. Carlwax says, I just like mechanics that interrupted my rotation. Yeah, I feel like that worked better back in the day, because your rotation wasn't as impacted by stopping for a second. Some rotations these days just completely go off the rails if they stop for a single GCD. It's quite insane. You know what the floor is? I think it's lava, isn't it? Zach says, quick question, as a warrior tank, how often do one use bloodwetting? All the time. In an AoE pull, unless you know the healer and the healer knows you, and they know when you're going to use bloodwetting, and so they hold back on their resources until you do. If you don't know the healer, you should be extremely front-loaded with that bloodwetting. You pull the pack, reach where you're going to deal with the pack, the instant that the mobs have reached you, you click bloodwetting. Maybe when you've reached like 80 or 70% HP, but pretty much just smash that bloodwetting immediately. Just because the thing is, the quicker you use it, the quicker you'll get it back, and it's just 25 seconds. So you use it, now you're immortal for around 8 seconds. When it ends, that's when you use something like Vengeance or Rampart or, you know, all of those other tools to tide you over until you can use bloodwetting again. And the thing is, in most dungeons, the mobs will either be dead or nearly dead by the time you use bloodwetting again. So that's why it's not really a problem. It's not really a concern that you might run out of cooldowns if you're like using a few cooldowns between each bloodwetting. You often only need one, but sometimes you'll need Thrill of Battle and or Equilibrium between them, depending on the pull, depending on the healer, depending on your gear. But bloodwetting, and then when that runs out, big defensive cooldown. Then when that runs out, bloodwetting again, is usually enough to clear most trash packs. In a boss fight, it gets a little bit more muddy because you don't need to use bloodwetting on cooldown unless the healing would help you. But the reason why it becomes muddy is because sometimes you kind of wanted bloodwetting for that tank buster instead, right? I don't know my healer. I am the healer. That sounds very very meditative, huh? Know yourself, know thy healer. But the reason why I recommend warriors to be so upfront with using bloodwetting when they don't know the tank is because the healer will have to assume that you're an idiot until proven otherwise. I have had warrior tanks that didn't use bloodwetting or raw intuition. So I have to assume until the warrior uses it that they don't even know what it is. So the sooner you use it, the sooner you tell me that you're going to use it. And if you're going to use it, then I can trust that I don't have to do anything about it. I can just lean back and do nothing until you use bloodwetting, because all I have to do is tide you over between those bloodwettings. Just like I said, you use bloodwetting. When that runs out, you use Vengeance or Rampart. If I'm playing Sage, I'm going to play Sage in this leveling roulette, by the way. If I see you use bloodwetting on cooldown, then I see you use bloodwetting. The instant bloodwetting runs out, and I'll keep an eye on that, that's when I use Kerakoli. That's when I use Jaime. So you're just basically like, my bloodwetting ended. Why am I still not taking damage? And that's because you filled in those gaps. I can concentrate my healing in the rest of the time and like drag you through them so that you don't even have to worry about it. You might not have to worry about it if you're well geared and you know what you're doing as a warrior, but I can help too as a healer, make it even easier if we're like working together. Yeah, fight knowledge also helps. If you know when the tank buster's coming up, you can use bloodwetting a lot more freely. If all you're doing is dungeon content, you can run Tenacity and only need bloodwetting. I don't feel like Tenacity actually helps very much on that. The thing is, and this is the core reason why you caring about your healer. You might know that you're fine when you're at 30% HP because bloodwetting is coming up in 1 second. Your healer does not know that. That white mage casting Cure 2 on the warrior, they didn't know that bloodwetting was coming up. You could have prevented that by using your cooldowns better. And Tenacity will not change that. So that's why, even if you have Tenacity, you should still do bloodwetting into big cooldown. You also have to remember that Vengeance attacks the enemies that hit you. So it's actually a DPS gain to use Vengeance. That's why you should use Vengeance first before Rampart, because Vengeance is a DPS gain. So it's not actually about whether you need it, it's about teaching the healer that they don't need to do anything. It's telling them your OGCDs are enough. I don't need you to do anything more than that. And you need to make sure that they understand that, because if they understand that, then they will not waste GCDs healing you. They will use Holy, or Discretia, or Art of War, or Gravity, and the mobs will die faster, and a DPS gain for the healer is a DPS gain for the party. And you also want to clear the dungeon faster. At level 90 with Warrior Healers is a suggestion. That is true. Early in Endwalker, I did do Smileton as Warrior with 3 DPS, and I know at least one of the DPS were not good. So we almost, like, we didn't replace the healer with, like, an entire, like, god tier DPS. We just replaced the healer with a DPS. And we weren't missing a healer. Right. Also, hi Coco. If you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come over to me. And then we'll figure out putting together a group. Do we have anyone that would like to tank in this group? I mean, a red mage might have more damage, but every time they have to cast any healing, it would come at a massive DPS loss for the red mage. Are you sure that's a good option? It is quite interesting with the oath gauge thing that some of you mentioned. Oh, whoops. There we go. Paladin is the one tank of all the tanks that could... Oh, this... well, Kerix, if you feel like it, we can try some gigapulls. I'm ready. You can pull as big as you like, and then we'll see if we can do it. You have to put on your tank stance. Run back, Coco. We're too close to the entrance for it to be worthwhile to cast races. That got a little too hectic. Yeah, you can pull as much as you like now that we have the tank stance on. I am ready for it. I said cast raise. We can pull into the boss room. I mean, you can pull as big as you like. The worst that can happen is that we wipe. You know, Zach, the way that I dealt with getting the emotes for 10 squadron runs was basically to just do Bravelock's long stop 10 times. Like, I couldn't be bothered to try a bunch of different dungeons, so I just did Bravelock's long stop 10 times. Well, I did different dungeons, but when I realized that Brave Lock's Longstop was kind of easy, I just did the rest of the runs as Brave Lock's Longstop. So if you just want to get it over with, you can just do the easiest dungeon you can find. You did the same thing! Oh, we could actually have pulled all that into this boss room too. that might have been a little bit hard, but we could technically have done that. Hey Steve, I hope you're doing well. Spent the day sorting Sun's room. But I hope you had fun with it at the very least. I have a feeling that these like extremely massive pulls would be easier with Scholar somehow, just because when I'm spam healing, Cardia isn't doing anything. You know, speaking of pulling the mobs into the boss room, I got on my 10 hardest wall-to-wall pulls video, I got a lot of comments saying that the hardest pull is to pull everything at the start of Doma Castle into the boss room. Just the other day, I went and checked. You can't even do that. You have to kill everything for the door to open to the first boss. You can't even do it. I don't know if they changed it, but you at least can't do it now. Hey Emir, we just did a very, very large pool. I think we are winning. Couldn't keep up because Adler has a cast time. That could be. I think it's difficult because like I am like maintaining Carrick's on the way by shielding up while running. But once you reach the destination, I would say that it might be easier. Uh-oh. I almost greeted that. Yeah, that is Coco. It could also be, as Chelsea says, Gassel, that it might not be a problem with you if you did it with a random tank or a tank you don't know for certain is playing optimally, that it might not be your fault. It could also be that the tank isn't like running efficiently. Yeah, Wuzio, that is, I do believe the, as JL says, Synodic Scribe is like the very, like the recommended lore channel. I can understand why it might, I totally understand why it might be hard to find lore channels for Final Fantasy XIV because based on what I've seen, lore videos don't do very well on YouTube for Final Fantasy XIV. Most content that I've made in relation to lore or story discussion tends to do very poorly. So, and I do believe I heard from Alpaca Lips that which I did an interview with a while back, where they interviewed me, kind of. That Synodic Scribe said kind of the same thing. So consider that. If you all want some more lore content creators, you have to start watching a lot of it. But it makes sense. Like, most of us either already know the story because we, you know, paid attention in the MSQ, or we don't want to watch it because we haven't seen it yet. And unlike, for example, World of Warcraft, where the story is like very pushed away, like, it's very optional, and sometimes the story is found in books, like, actually not in the game. Final Fantasy XIV has most of its story easily accessible. Like, at worst, we're talking the free stories. The stories from the Calamity, or what it's called, Tales from the Calamity and things like that. All of it is just there to read for the most part. Like, very little that you'd have to actually pay for. So most of the lore stuff you can find if you're interested. So people are, as Alexia says, the Final Fantasy XIV community is very spoiler averse. So it's very difficult to make lore content that isn't naturally spoilery, right? So it's not to say that it's not anyone's mistake, and it's not like the thing is, as far as I remember, Synodic Scribe said that it's, you know, that's how it is. Don't know for certain exactly what they said, but they said, yeah, it's difficult, but it's not like they're not making the content, right? So they're still trying. Wuzio says, I just started playing a few weeks ago and I love the AR story, which I hear is not as good as the expansions. It depends. Depending on who you ask. They'll say A Realm Reborn is the worst. Some will say Stormblood is the worst. I've actually heard people say Endwalker is the worst, and no, I'm not making that up. It depends on what you enjoy. Something that A Realm Reborn and Heavensward has uniquely, and I don't think that's a spoiler to say, but the stories, so both the main story and the optional side stories, are a lot darker in A Realm Reborn, and also in some capacity in Heavensward. It's much less that after Heavensward, for some reason. I couldn't possibly explain to you what reason that would be, but it seems that that's the way that it went. And yeah, I do believe you're right about that, Emir, that the typical problem is that A Realm Reborn is kinda long-winded and the post-game feels tedious. What you'll find is often that, well, you'll find that after every leveling part of an expansion, there's that mandatory post-game, and it's mandatory because story, but if I remember correctly, the amount of quests in the post-game of each expansion has been dwindling. Like, with every expansion, there's less. There's more and yet less. And when I say that, it's because in Endwalker, each patch has had, like, almost every single patch, like, post-game content has had both a dungeon and a trial mandatory, and a bunch of cutscenes, which makes it, like, if you actually watch the cutscenes, it's longer than Shadowbringers, for example. Your friend didn't enjoy the Ondo Cups. Well, that's a shame. I love the music in that zone. And Rosenik says, I love how the community handles spoilers. Like, I'm catching up, but I have not been accidentally, purposely spoiled by anyone. That is a really good point. It's really hard sometimes to do that. I had a whole video where I talked about what qualifies as a spoiler, because that's actually a really hard question. And the thing that I feel like most people could agree on was that there's a big difference between seeing a zone that you haven't seen yet, and seeing the zone and getting explained the context. Like, for example, there's a massive difference between me talking about the Ondo Cops and saying I enjoyed the music there, and explaining why we are in the Ondo Cops, right? Welcome back, Tracy. Right, so next we are... Oh, I have a hat. Next we have Trial Roulette. So if anyone wants to come along for Trial Roulette, I'm just going to move over here. Come over to me, so I know who wants to come along. Yeah, that one is awkward, Alexei. Like, that one is really awkward. I said in my free company chat, I like Alphino's new model in Endwalker, and people were like, spoilers, bro, people will know he doesn't die until then. The thing is that at this point, I feel like that could go both ways. You could just choose to never talk about Alphino, and someone who's reading deep enough into it, someone who would conclude because Alphino was mentioned in Endwalker context, therefore he is alive, could equally make the assumption that no one's talking about Alphino in Endwalker. Did he die? Which is of course not a spoiler because that didn't happen, but it's Final Fantasy XIV. Alphino could have died in Stormblood, and then just somehow come back in Endwalker. Like, anything. In fact, you could have been talking about Alphino's new model, which is his model of his ghost, because he's dead. And he just got a new ghost model, right? Like, the thing is, them saying, spoilers, bro, people will know he doesn't die until then, actually added context, making it a spoiler. I think the best example of this, and I'm going to try and be vague about this, there is a specific outfit that you get for free handed to you during the Endwalker story. Out of context, don't bring the context into the live chat, everyone. Out of context, it's completely meaningless. If someone points out that it is a spoiler, now it's a spoiler because you brought attention to it being a spoiler. So the best you can do when someone says a spoiler, if they can somehow take it back, like if it's in a comment chain where you can delete your comment, then pointing out, hey, you should probably not say that, and they delete their comment and you delete your comment fast enough, the person that might potentially get spoiled might get saved from the potential spoiler. But if it's in, you know, the like in the chat log, like in game where there's no backseas, the best you can do is maybe tell the person, hey, you should probably not say more because you might get into spoiler territory. If you openly announce to the world that it's a spoiler, you just made it a spoiler by highlighting it. If you just quietly let it pass, then no one will be the wiser. We actually do this sometimes naturally in the Discord community server, where someone says something that is like kinda spoilery, but not that much, and then we just kinda just don't really acknowledge it that much, just quietly continue the conversation without bringing too much attention to it, and then just talk the bit away because everyone that needed to hear it for the conversation saw it, and everyone who might see it as a spoiler might not be watching right now. To be leggings. um. Gail says Final Fantasy XIV loves to death flag all its characters and not kill them. Yashola has been death flagged since AR after using Flow. There's also that weird thing when was it that happens? Where they just don't bring it up again. Anyway, enough about that. Looks like we have a group ready for a trial roulette. Oh, Togo's back. New ready check, new person. But yeah, the key thing is if you start bringing attention to it, then you're making it a bigger spoiler. If you don't bring... Oh, Ifrit. If you don't bring too much attention to it, then it might be easier to pass off. Like, if someone goes, wait, does that actually happen? It might be easier to just say, no, he's just messing. Shh, shut up! Don't talk about spoilers in front of the sprouts! Like, it's a lot easier to do that if you didn't just point out that it's a spoiler. Could be Emperor's new set with no pants. Oh. You know, I think the Warrior of Light actually nearly dies many times. Ah! Oh, look, a nail. Oh, look, a nail. Ah. Oh, wow, the limit break charge is so fast in this fight. We already have limit break 3 for some reason. Huh? Ah. I'm just stepping out here so I'm sure I don't get knocked back randomly. Very nice. Fun fact, many of you might know this, but the knockback from that like random incessant AoE that Ifrit does all the time, if that attack does 0 damage, the knockback is completely prevented, which means that if you have a Scholar or a Sage that is very aggressive about repeatedly putting up the shields, you can actually prevent anyone from getting knocked back. The helpfulness of doing that is, of course, directly correlated with how many casters you have and how many melee you have. But if you just use Succor or your Creation Prognosis every time the shields are down, the burst itself typically doesn't do enough damage to actually break through. So usually when I get Ifrit as a barrier healer, I will sacrifice that GCD every so often to do that, because every time someone gets knocked back, it is possible that it eats half to a whole GCD from them. So if I can just save 2 players from getting pushed and losing uptime, then I've gotten it paid back. And just to be clear, that's not a jab at you, Guzzle. It was just more like, have you considered? like a random fun fact. Now you know it for the future. You can also choose not to do it, Gaswell. It was just like, that's my reasoning for it. That's why I do it that way. But I could also just had been a barrier healer in that run, right? Can you shield Emerald Weapon EX's knockback? Huh. I'm guessing the knockback in the first phase, or like the super knockbacks in the second phase? Or which one do you mean? Second. Oh, that's really cool. Right, so next we're doing normal raids. If you want to come along, you just come over to me. Of course, if you're already in the group and you still want to come along, you don't have to come over to me, but you can come over to me. Wushio says, will good melee groups coordinate arm's length to help healers in difficult content, or is arm's length not really utilized much? In, like, current content, it is very rare, like, very, very rare that a barrier can actually, naturally fully block a mechanic, like in this Ifrit example. So it's not very likely that it would be something that the healer would like be forced to do for that reason. But if a mechanic calls for a knockback immunity, it is very natural that everyone will use a knockback immunity when they need it. But in current hard content, it is unlikely that a barrier will be enough. Just because of balance, right? But it is a general mechanic. I talk a little bit about this in one of my 10 mechanics videos. That it's like, there are some weird examples where it comes up where a mechanic doesn't do enough damage, so you can somehow circumvent it through some like cheese of some sort. And that's true, as JL says, blue circles are typically something you can become immune, and the purple ones you cannot. Sometimes there's just like not a blue or purple circle. I talked a little bit about these kinds of circles in my 10 boss mechanics video as well. The key thing is that the circle indicates if you step in it, you die. If you don't step in it, you get knocked back. Coco, that's up to you. Right, so normal raid next. Oh. Such chaos. Yeah, Wuzio, exactly as Alexei says, and JL says, like, just in general, it doesn't matter whether it's a 5% or a 10% damage reduction. Every single little thing counts and everything stacks. It's pretty common for like healers to like also have like a 10% damage reduction, and if you get enough of them, then they can be pretty massive. it's just, it depends on what is needed, and Feint and Addle are helpful enough that they're worth using. Oh. One of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. We're doing, just to reiterate, we're doing normal raids. We're doing normal raid roulette. I'm guessing Kitsuneko has some of that. Cat says, when should DPS use their damage reduction? For the most part, when there is an opportunity to use it. Like, what really matters is if you're in like savage content or extreme content, there might be a reason to like discuss when you're going to use it. But if you're in normal content, casual content of any sort, then if the boss is about to use what sounds or looks like a raid-wide attack, just smack it on them, yeah, Feint for you or Addle for you. And if you don't see that, then you can also just, maybe if your tank could use a little help, see a tank buster, Feint on that. Like, just use it when there is an opportunity. You're crazy, Coco. Thank you so much for the 5 membership gifts. Thank you. And congratulations to Gazel, Chelsea, Steve, BSR, and Cerebral Kitty. I think that's a new name. Welcome. And welcome to the Cult of the Pink, everyone. Thank you so much, Coco. If I can't be a stream, at least you can. Thank you. 5 limit breaks. So that, of course, means that you now have access to the member emotes. And, well, your name will appear in the end credits of the videos from next week forward. While the membership is there, of course. As everyone is in the Cult of the Pink. And, well, if you are on the... Let me just link that again. If you are in the community Discord and you link your YouTube account to your Discord account, you will get a special role. It doesn't give you access to anything like secret, but it makes your name stand out. It also puts the pink gem next to your name on the Discord. 5 limit breaks. Thank you, Emir. Are you sure? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships, and congratulations to Cats, Needlemere, Tristan, Pumpkinhead, and Licky for the memberships. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Didn't you need the money for a new PC, Emir? That is true, Gazel, but now you have an even more standout role. Thank you so much. And welcome, everyone. I'm pretty sure that means that I can add a new emote again. That was really quick. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's incredible. We ball. Well, I appreciate it, Emia and Coco. I really do appreciate it very much. That is it is wild. Well, Gazel, if you prefer to have your red roll, you can choose to not connect your your YouTube account to your Discord account. You can also, like, that is entirely up to you, which way you prefer. But I mean, I feel like both of them would stand out, right? I hope at least that the role stands out. And also welcome to the Cult of the Pink Siren. Thank you so much. Chelsea says, now I have to figure out how to connect them. I cannot show you. I cannot show you because privacy stuff and all that. But let's see here. If you click on if you go into Discord and you click on the cogwheel for the user settings, then there is one in the user settings tab called connections. I can't even see it because it has streamer mode enabled. It doesn't let me show you anything like it. It actually looks like this for me. So I can't help you on stream. But it should be in there, and then you just have to connect them. Thank you again, Coco, for another 5 memberships. That is crazy. And welcome to the Cult of the Pink to Azure, Kyoya, Kenda, Hugo, and Sylvania. I don't think I've seen most of those names before. Have we reached the breaking point where we have so many new members that it's like it's calling out the lurkers in the chat? Welcome and thank you so much, Coco. I can, like, if there's anyone that like joins the YouTube the community server and I'm not sure how to connect it, you're welcome to ask on the Discord. I'm sure others on the Discord can also help, but otherwise I can help when I'm not streaming. Coco says, can't wait for the end screen on the next video. I'll eventually have to figure out like a new way to display it, or it's going to look like a Just Drive A's video. Take our money, Pink guy. Thank you. Oh, I'm drowning in memberships. Thank you so much for all the support. That really does mean a lot to me. That's incredible. With enough time, we can donate a Star Wars display. like instead of every video just having the not too long time period on the end slate, it's like I just have like something like oh, that there would have to be like a scroll where it just goes. I'm like, yeah, there's these names here, and now I have to figure out something to say while the scroll is going. I think that more than makes up for that, him here. Thank you. Right. Should we get back to playing the game? But thank you all so much for the support. Right. Normal raid. Not long ago, on a YouTube channel not far away, was a pink small dragon. Got a lot of gifts. Cat says most people on Discord playing on EU or watching playing on EU NA. I think there's like a majority of EU players on the Discord itself, but I can't say for certain. Well, I can kind of say, but the thing is that not everyone actually discloses where they're from, like where they're playing from, because that's entirely optional. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have mechanics, but it does have a free trial. Exactly, JL. From EU, but characters NA. Jet is the same. Arm of the Father. That's Pepsi Man, right? Pepsi Man. Pep. Pepsis Man. Oh yeah. If only I was a sage. What's with those fish? They're coming down from the ceiling like they're bots. I could imagine if I had an NA character that I would have a very hard time like maintaining it. Just because like this split attention between multiple characters would be too much. And a critically acclaimed expansion. Yeah, well, is only now actually I'm wondering, is Heavensward the only critically acclaimed expansion, or is each of them critically acclaimed? Like what constitutes that? I don't think, honestly, I don't think I would be able to maintain 2 characters myself. Like, the specific reason why I can find the time is because I have like a dedicated 6 or so hours every week where we play on Small Guy. Ah! Run away with the splash. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of damage. When you reach 1,000 viewers watching the stream, you need to make a meetup house party and barbecue at your place for subs. It is certainly a concern that one day it will be hard for me to really like reach everyone who asks questions in the chat. I feel like sometimes I miss questions, but I do try my best. Ow. I think that was the most pathetic paralysis I've ever been a part of. It didn't even tick. I was just kind of there. All the cards. Playing all the cards. Wait. Huh? What killed him? Do I miss most of your questions, Simi? Are you sure? I feel like I do try, but I'm sorry that if I miss most of them, I'm sorry. Big streamers need mods to answer questions. Well, the thing is that if you ask a question to me, then specifically I can say with like almost 100% certainty that most questions that you would direct to me, neither of my mods would be able to answer. So, like, the thing is that if you're asking like a technical Final Fantasy XIV question, it might be really, really hard for, you know, a mod to answer that. Like, that's why I'm the one that's making the video, right? So I wouldn't assume that. Also, good night, Arya. So I can totally see. I can totally see why it would be like that. Like when you have too many questions, it might be hard, but I do try my best. If I can answer a question, that I will. Jet says, look, Para was just having a bad day. And yeah, that is exactly right, JL. Like, the thing is, for a lot of questions, if I can't answer them or I miss the question on stream, if you ask it in the community Discord, just writing it again, there is a very high chance that there's like 1, 2, or 3 like sleeping savage raiders that just go like, I'm required, I am needed, and then they just jump into action in like superhero suits and answer the question while I'm sleeping or something. So often there are people in the Discord server like that, like if I'm not available, there's at least someone who can answer the question assuredly. So no reason to worry about that, but I totally understand that if you want like my opinion on something, or you want my take on something, then that's not necessarily good enough. That's also why I try to like scroll through the Discord chat that has happened while I was away, to like pick up, like you often see after a stream, I'll start like sequentially responding to things. Because I don't have time when I'm streaming, shockingly. Kitsuneko says, what roulette now? We're doing Alliance Raid next, which I'm pretty confident that you have Crystal Tower, and I also believe that Tracy has Crystal Tower. Where's the elf? Aradil actually was busy today. Told me yesterday that they had some other stuff to attend to. Out of respect for their privacy, I will not explain what that was. But they can tell you themselves like when they're back. They did say they would probably miss the entire stream because of it. No elf. Well, Kitsuneko, the super smart thing here is that you can just like poke Angel and say, can you answer this? We miss Elf. I'll make sure to let Aradil know that you were that they were missed. I'm sure they will appreciate it. Is Tristan back? I guess Tristan is still eating dinner. Fun skates. Woohoo! Thank you for the super chat, Goldtooth. Goldtooth says, question here, but what will be a good thing to serve in a small house restaurant in Ishgard? Since it's a cold place, I usually think hot soups and drinks with some forms of strong alcohol. Yeah, I would think like some sort of like maybe hot soup. maybe straw. Coco says Jägermeister. Final Fantasy 14 Jägermeister specifically. Yeah, like hot soup, maybe like for the non-drinkers, hot tea. I think Tracy might be onto something here. Beet soup, Kaiser roll, grilled fish. Delta steaks would be a good suggestion. A lot of that's true. That's actually a very good point. There's a lot of heavy workers. Then there's also a lot of you have to remember there's the entire broom area that it might be better now, not to get too detailed with the story, but there might still be some poor people that what they really need is something that fills them for a while if they were to go to a restaurant, right? Soup only works if you're sick. I don't know, I feel like hot soup really helps me if I'm sick, or if I'm cold, actually. Specifically, if I'm cold, it actually also helps. Soup, I think it depends on the soup, doesn't it? I think it depends on like what you put in the soup. If you only put like if it's just the soup with the water and then some taste details, then yeah, it's not going to like it's basically like having a slightly extra glass of water, right? Or a cup of tea. But if you actually like add meat to it, add things to it, then add things that fill you in the soup, then you will probably feel filled. And also, hey Bob. Potato leek soup with fresh garlic bread. Very specific. Yeah, you could also add croutons. And goulash, that is also a kind of soup. I think it sounds like... Oh, Coco, have you still not... I actually have had soup since last we brought it up. Yeah, soup, maybe hot drinks, and suggested maybe like some kind of strong alcohol might put like fire in your chest. Maybe something that isn't too expensive but very filling, like to specifically target the broom part. And in fact, the broom part of the population probably wouldn't want to go on a restaurant to get fed soup. Just while we're on the subject, they might get a lot of soup on the daily for some, like, I just feel like I have a feeling that they might do that. What about coffee biscuits? That one goes out to the kids. And stew as well. Right. Alliance raid. We call it we didn't bring the tank. We didn't start a tank group. I'm kind of assuming that what Goldtooth is alluding to is, I mean, this is just a guess, but I got the impression that Goldtooth might be like making like have their own house in the Ishgard area and like be making this like restaurant there. Is that right? Or did you mean it? Well, first I need to get the small house in Ishgard. Yeah, exactly. It's just as I was about to say. It is quite funny that people wanted Ishgard housing so badly. But now that we have Ishgard housing, like, there are some people that really, really like having Ishgard housing, but it does look like it's more like, in some capacity, it looks a little bit like a grayer goblet. If you know what I mean. I like it. But it does look like a slightly grayer goblet. And goblet is, I believe, the least popular housing area in the game. So it's not surprising that a lot of people didn't like it. Or that a lot of people didn't care for it when they finally got it. I actually think it's funny because I think the reality of people wanting housing in Ishgard is more like they just want options. Because the thing is, when the Crystarium was revealed for Shadowbringers, people were like, can we have housing there as well? When Sharlayan was revealed with Endwalker, people were like, can we have housing there as well? Like, everywhere people want housing, so it's not necessarily about Ishgard, it's more about options, right? So it's not too unreasonable to understand why people will be like, can we have housing there? And then they don't get it. There's also the possibility that the people that really, really wanted housing in Ishgard are mainly people that are a lot more invested in housing and wouldn't settle for a small. Like, they'd rather have a large if they had to choose, so they won't get one before they can have a large. Add a food channel to post food pics? We could do that. We could do that. We could have like a channel for like IRL stuff. That might be more general, because sometimes I could imagine a food pic channel might be like very excessive. What typical Danish dish do you like? Let me just think here. A Danish dish, specifically. Ow. Didn't it just say I took 3,000 damage? Why am I at full health? Rødgrød med fløde. I don't think I've actually ever had that. I like meatballs. I believe that's what frikadella translates to in English, or the closest comparison. Danish meatballs. Actually, like, just on that, Chelsea, wouldn't so Sharlayan housing would be like the mist, but instead of a beach, you just have like the kind of like seaside view that you have in Sharlayan. Now let's see if Gazel has to get mad. Oh, now it's getting really interesting. We're just going off to a different direction altogether this time. Yumia says, you know, I found out recently that I have Danish heritage. Oh, cool. Like, far away? Or is it, like, relatively recent family? Ow. It isn't too far fetched that Ymir would have Danish heritage. I feel like you're in Germany, right, Ymir? I hope that isn't too much information. Great grandpa was Danish. Interesting. JL says, so is a lot of the population of the UK for no specific reason. Oh, weird. Strange. I wonder how that could happen. Look at the Magi says, I feel like if anywhere would have a good coffee shop in their housing district, it would be Uldar. Yeah, that could be. Aha! I have markers for this raid. Now watch someone pull before everyone's ready. Smart move, Gazel. Let's hope it works. And our tank pulled. Oh well. Steve says, I wonder if demand for housing would drop if they could do something like Island Sanctuary, where you can do submarines and do the growing things and chocobo and stuff. No, it wouldn't, because the thing is, the reason why there's a housing shortage is because a significant amount of players are getting housing because they can, and not because they necessarily want to use it. So if they added all of the things you can do with housing, if they added that to something that there was an infinite supply of, people would just go, but can I have both? That is a slightly negative position to take on it, but it's there is at least a significant amount of players that do that. That you can have housing, so you get it. It's the same argument as mentor crowns. Some players grab the mentor crown specifically because they can, not because they need it. There's a shortage because some FCs can buy a whole ward. Well, the thing is, that is a little different to that. Like, if one FC can buy a whole ward, that is because that FC has members buying the whole ward. Those are all legit. Well, on paper, they would all be legitimate players buying each their own house. They just happen to buy it in the same area. That is less common now because a lot of districts have been made either FC exclusive or private exclusive, so you can't combine them. But you're right that there is certainly some districts that get overfilled with players that got the house just because they could, because they wanted it in the same district as their FC, and not necessarily because they wanted to do something with it. Yeah, that is kind of the explanation, I think, Goldtooth, is that for some players it's viewed as part of, like, as a step in progression. Like how in real life some people might view getting a significant other as like a step in, like, growing up, getting married, having children. getting a house. Even if you don't want all of these things, maybe you don't actually want children. Maybe you don't want to get married. You might choose to do it because, well, that's how you grow old. That's how it's done. Similarly, if in Final Fantasy XIV, and this is also something that I try to bring up every now and then, is that you don't have to be a Savage Raider to play Final Fantasy XIV, because some players might actually think you have to Savage Raid. You have to be a Savage Raider to play endgame in Final Fantasy XIV, because that's how MMOs work. You get to max level and then you have to do the hardest content in the game. That's how it works, right? So you feel like you have to. It's kind of like that. And that is also very true, look at the Magi. Specifically, by choosing to have these things because you think you have to rather than because you want to, leads to not having fun with it. Just like how you probably won't, just like if you don't actually want a house in Final Fantasy XIV, but you get one because you think you have to, then it's like one of those houses that just like, you just put a building on it and then it's just empty. I did see your message, Emir. You said, I have an apartment because I wanted to have a place to put all my stuff. And that is also a fair reason, but the thing is, and that is also a lot more reasonable, I don't think there's an apartment shortage in Final Fantasy XIV, is there? I do believe there's a limited amount of apartments, but I'm pretty sure there is not an apartment shortage. Let's see... Yeah, I did see those. I can see those now, Emir. Sorry, I think the conversation was pushing a little bit, so it actually pushed out of where I was looking. My family is from the USA and South Africa. Interesting. And then at some point, it just became, well, now we're in Germany. Steve says, I just want to grow Thavnarian onions on my chocobo. That's also a reasonable take. If I remember correctly, I think it was Dot Orion that mentioned that they just instead grew elemental shards or something like that, elemental crystals, and sold those. And that it was like about as profitable. And the thing is, if it's just as profitable as growing onions, you can just use the money to buy onions. That is of course not the same. But it's at least like comparable, because you can at least like grow your money to get it. Oh, this is really painful. No! It's an echo! No! It is a little bit awkward with so many targets that I can only spend my my Adder Skull on single target healing. Goto says the thing is that nobody wants an apartment because of things like growing in chocobos, that and making your house look like the most disgusting monstrosity ever won't be available. I suppose you're right for that. I do want to say that I didn't paint my house cherry pink because it should look bad, but because it should look good. Although there are some in the neighborhood that refers to my house as the Pink Hill Mansion, so... But that's their problem, not mine. But you are right. It does come with a lot of downsides, but... As someone who has a large house and the option to grow crops, I just found it too tedious. And I didn't feel like the return on investment was big enough to bother, so I just stopped. Well, JL, it's you get Ixoholy at level 52. That's what I'm missing. That's the reason why it's messing me up, because normally I would have an AoE spender. But yeah, if you could spam it like the Ixoholy, that would be a little broken. We're going down in flames. You do have AoE OGCD regions. That is true, but it's just the one on a minute cooldown. Fun fact, Physis 2 had its AoE doubled from 15 to 30 yalms. Physis 1 did not get this buff. For some reason. Can you grow chocobos at a... Oh, I think we're dead. In my defense, I made it. I didn't even know you could grow your chocobos at an apartment. How can you do that? Can you just station your chocobo at like a stall in the like apartment complex? Apparently someone saw fit to remove the markers. House trained chocobo. I can mount indoors. My chocobo's house trained. It's fine. We go again. The thing with greed is that because we just could not wait, we have to kill the entire boss from the beginning again. Instead of being done. The claw just doesn't like you, Carix. The claw. It's so close. It's so close. Oh. Oh man. It was so close. But people didn't believe. I wasn't sure. I think it would be too sad if we wiped twice to greed. What I mean, is all of the small housing in Ishgard taken, Goldtooth? I feel like VXS, if I would show up wearing a cosplay of a story relevant boss for the thumbnail, would that be too much of a spoiler? It wouldn't like have the name of the boss, so for someone who doesn't know what the boss is, it would just be the same as you just showing up in a weird outfit. Like, that's the thing. That's exactly what I mean by it's the context that matters. Is that if you're just wearing a cosplay for a character and no one knows what the character is, then you're just wearing an outfit. Maybe my view of housing is a little bit warped, because every time I actually pay attention to it, it seems like small housing doesn't seem to be something that is, at least on Louisoix, where I am, it doesn't seem to be something that is like fought over like extremely heavily. You can actually, I think this speaks volumes. This is a private housing area for individuals, I believe. There's just 3, I believe those, like, just based on the size, I'm pretty sure those are 3 small house areas. No one wants them. The house that, so Coco actually has that house over there. That spot was vacant for like 2 or 3 weeks before Coco decided to buy it. Because we've reached a breaking point where the amount of housing, like, there's enough for private individuals, I think. Neo Fulgur says, I was so excited when Ishgard housing came out. Me and my partner bid on a small house and got it. Around a year later, I've gotten tired of the grey and bid on a house in the mist. I just want to point out something. Let me just go to my free company's house, which is a medium. You might already see that there's something weird with this house. I think like 1 or 2 weeks after we moved in, there were, no joke, I'm not making this up, there were people complaining that our house ruined the atmosphere because we didn't match with the rest of the community. If you run like down there, like all the way down there, the only houses that really stand out is this one and that one. Those are the only 2 houses that people will notice, because all of the other ones just kinda look like they're supposed to look. Yeah, exactly, Anolana. 2 weeks into Ishgard housing and we have to fight Homeowners Association. Apparently, I just want to point out that when someone called my house the Pink Hell Mansion, I changed the house to be more pink. So the thing is, because Homeowners Association doesn't actually have any power in Final Fantasy XIV, complaining just makes people defiantly make it worse. So if you're annoyed about someone's house, don't start anything. Maybe become friends with them, and then maybe you could offhandedly mention that you think it looks a little weird next to the other houses, so that they might want to change it to make you happy. But don't think that you coming to complain is going to change anything. And Siren, the magic trick to decorate a large house is that I employed 2 friends to decorate my house for me. See, Paragon says a couple months ago, when I was getting my small house in Lemsa on Midgardsormr, there were around 5 to 15 buys on every lottery. Yikes. On the small ones? Like, I suppose with Mists, it's not too surprising. For some reason, the beach housing there is very popular, right next to the Shirogane housing. Yeah, exactly, Chelsea. Regarding the spoilery outfit, like cosplaying a character on a thumbnail, the only people that will notice are those that see it. If they don't see it, then it's subtle and no one will realize it. As long as you don't provide context, and it's not like your character can both carry a cosplay and the context on their chest. But yeah, the thing is, the context of this is that, and if you actually see, we can take a little look inside. For the context is that the free company is called Academia Fleur, so it's of course has a little entry area here. Go up here. We have a little like relaxation area for the students. We even have a little TV. And all the books. And if we go downstairs, we have a cafeteria. With flowers all over the place. Of course it would be flowers. And some of the FC members actually have their rooms decorated like a classroom. It's not many. But some do. My room is just a green screen. As you can see here, it's just a green screen. Hey, Fever Central. But yeah, it's just, we just made a funny looking like schoolhouse. That was the plan. That was the plan, and incidentally, we wanted it in Ishgard. We specifically chose this plot because there's like snow over here, and if you throw while in the snow, you throw snowballs. That was the reason why we took that specific plot. And we took a medium while everyone else were bidding on large. Incidentally, my house is also possibly the most colorful in this region. Because, well, I mean, part of the reason is that when people come to seek out and like join us in game for the streams, it might be easier to find it if you're not entirely sure where you're supposed to go. But as you get closer, it's pretty hard to miss that. I would say it's pretty hard to miss all of that. Like it's like a beacon, lighting up in the night. So it helps. And yeah, the thing is, it wasn't even my friends. The main thing I've paid them in is that I've said that if they need furniture for the house, and it's expensive, they did just let me know, and I'll foot the bill. I've also just handed them cherry pink dye if they needed it for something, because I have a lot of it. Chelsea says, ironically, that's the location of my Lamy FC's house. You know what? I was in a free company like a couple years ago that had this exact plot. Like this exact... I can't remember if it was like... It wasn't this ward, of course, but they had this plot. I can't remember if it wasn't here or here, because the thing is that each region is just like the same area, just turned 90 degrees. But it was exactly this plot. So it was quite funny to have that. Yeah, exactly, Go-Tos. Imagine you go into a fantasy world and make a house that you like, and then someone comes and says that you can't do that in this fantasy world. Could you imagine? Right. So the only roulettes left on my list is actually Frontline and the New Alliance raid. And And I know that there's some people that don't want to PvP, and I know some people that can't do the new Alliance raid. So we'll have to, but I would like to do both. So we will start with Frontline. So if you would like to come along for Frontline, come on over to me. I will be right back, and then we'll figure out how to make the groups. We can bring multiple groups in. Might not end up on the same team. I'll be right back. It's me! Whoops. Alright, I'm back. VX says, would be fun if we could get an all-pink party dressed up in similar outfits. That would be funny. It's a shame that this specific outfit doesn't exist for melee DPS or tanks. Cause chaos. Quick chat, cause chaos. Is it is this the 4? I assume everyone else rather would sit out. The thing is, we can't bring more than 4 people in a single party, but by coordinating the moment that we queue, we can like land in the same match. So if you want to come along, you can, but Kitsuneko wants to come along. We can, yeah, exactly, we could kind of scuff an 8-man party. If Kitsuneko also wants to come along, could we piece out our group a little bit so that we don't have a solo player and a 4-man? Is there anyone that would like to go along with Kitsuneko? Nope. Excellent. Right. So the way that this works is that I'm going to do a ready check for me, so for my team. Make sure that Gazel has done a ready check so that both Kitsuneko and Gazel is ready. Then I will say a time in the Eorzean time, and then we will queue at that exact moment so that we both queue at the same time. Gazel says they're ready, so we do a ready check for us. Wait, what is it we have today? Onsalakaya. I mean, Viek, we've never done Frontline on these streams expecting to win. In fact, when we had, I remember, is Coco there? When we had a while back in the Mock-Tome event where Frontline was a decent way to farm them, we just had streams where I spammed Frontline. And on those streams, when we had multiple groups for it, it seemed like there was a higher chance that my team lost specifically. So you might not actually, like, if we're going in together, it might actually be an advantage to be on the group that doesn't have me. Whether that's because I'm bad, or because I'm distracted because I'm trying to be funny streamer man, or maybe I'm being stream sniped, or maybe I'm unlucky, whatever it is, my team seems to be unlucky. Does anyone know the number for Coco? I think Coco has gone AFK. Coco, are you still there? Calling Dr. Coco. You're mentally wanted. On floor yard. That really sucks, Chris. Yesterday I had a PvP match where just randomly, so it was wait, it can't have been yesterday, it must have been the day before that. Yes. Where we spawned north, and somehow both of the other teams just decided, oh, we're just going to meet right outside that team's base, which meant that we were just completely cut off from the entire map because we just got spawn camped by both of the enemy teams. And whenever we tried to come out when like they got distracted by other stuff, we would just get sandwiched because for some reason both of the enemy teams had just decided that the only way around the map was past us. We lost. It's alright, Wednesday. I hope you enjoy your... I hope at least you have been enjoying the free trial, which got extended recently. It says, is that a new strat people are teaching now? I haven't seen it happen since. It was just a particularly wild surprise. That we just got, like, dumpstered so hard because of it. And I've written Q at 1:15, so 3 left, 2 left, 1 left, and go. See, the reason why we time it with the in-game clock is, of course, because if I try to say now on stream, then Gazel is probably going to be behind. Unlikely that it's going to cause a problem because, as you can see, the queue isn't instant. But if it were instant, then we would land in 2 different matches, and only one of our groups would have instant queue, probably. Exactly, as Imia says, we mostly play to kill Kai. As I've said, the downside of landing on my team is that you can't actually progress your Kai/death counter, which is of course the amount of times you've killed me, as opposed to the amount of times I've killed you. But when you're not on my team, you can work on that. And hey, you might win more likely because you're not on the team with me. And that's alright, Goldtooth. I hope you enjoy work. The interesting thing with both Seal Rock and Unsalakaya is that if you don't engage the enemies, like if you just... I call it the let them fight strategy. It has lost a lot of prominence like over the last few months at the very least. But this was a strategy that used to be popular, at least, wherein if the nodes spawn, like a lot of the nodes spawned near your team, and the other two teams just fought over a single node, some players would just go, oh, no, we just defend our part of the map and let them fight. That almost always leads to defeat. Like, the only way that that can lead your team to win is specifically if you can turn this into a victory before the other teams start attacking you, because by choosing to not engage in combat, you're not getting any battle high, and battle high makes you do more damage and receive more, like, heal more, which means that the other teams that have just been duking it out against each other have just been honing their power and gotten battle high. Meanwhile, you have a lot of points, I guess. So that isn't always a very effective strategy. But if you can turn it into a victory before the other teams realize that you're trying to sneak a win, you can win very easily. But it relies on the other teams making a mistake. GoTo says, I usually don't join any of the PvP content, and you can blame that on ESO and all the horrible things that will happen to you in Hyrule. I have seen a little bit of ESO PvP, and I feel like part of what can cause that to get really unfun is the sheer amount of customization in the game means that you can make a build that you think might be fun, but if you're going into PvP, that's the ultimate place to be met with how much you can optimize a build, because someone can just optimize their character to kill players, I believe. Are we on the same team? Don't believe so. Nope. Yeah, the overworld build versus the PvP build. That's sure to be a really fair and balanced exchange. I have not actually played White Mage in Frontline for... I don't actually know if I've ever played White Mage in Frontline after the rework. So this is going to get really hard for me. I killed someone! Ah! I thought I could save that person next to me. Oh, line of sight. Line of sight. Yeah, the thing is, Goldtooth, that there's a lot of effects. You could argue that turning off some of the effects might be helpful, but the thing is, if you turn off the effects, then you don't even know what killed you. So the best I can do is try and figure out how all of the things, like how the attacks look like, so that I can react accordingly. How does White Mage work in PvP aside from Miracle of Nature? Well, they have the good old classic Cure 2. They also have Aqua Veil, even though it's actually a barrier now, and it also intercepts one status effect. Just one. So like if you know someone is going to get a status effect, you can use that to intercept it. And then of course there's this, where the laser beam buffs everyone near you for a while. And you also have this Seraph Strike that just jumps and stomps someone and then allows you to heal with Cure 3. It's a little complicated, but you can do a surprising amount of stuff. Oh, I don't have Miracle of Nature. The cooldown is so long. Would have been fun to stop the Gunbreaker with that. Shoom. How were you alive for so long at so little HP? I feel like we're just letting red run away with the match. We're going to get sandwiched after this, I think. Whoop. I'm not entirely sure where we're supposed to be right now, so this is going to be a really, really rough match. Dun 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 dun! Almost! Aha! Well, almost had you. I can only do so much with a Miracle of Nature. That paladin didn't realize that there were multiple white mages in the area. Ah! I might be able to help that person a little bit. Exactly, Ymir. I needed teammates. I thought that black mage that was running with me could finish the job, but they couldn't. So I actually learned that the Miracle of Nature can completely silence a Gunbreaker limit break. I learned that by being a Gunbreaker and getting Miracle of Nature on me during my limit break. So sometimes you can learn how to play one job by playing a different job. Just learn the counters by seeing what other people do. Huh? So the reason why I just randomly used Limit Break there is that Dark Knights tend to use Salted Earth to suck in people just before they use Limit Break, and it's very, very common for Dark Knights to just run up, use Salted Earth, and then limit break like that. And the only counter to that, like the only way to stop them, is just throw crowd control at them when they try to do it. At least in my experience, that tends to be the most effective way to deal with it. To just like counter them by denying them the follow-up attack. It's not always, it doesn't always work, but that's exactly what makes Dark Knight so overwhelming in PvP, is that there isn't really a good counter to that combo. Like, the best you can do is try to stop it. That is not going to lead to a kill, but at least my limit break has only 1 minute of charge. So it's an easy one to just throw out there. Yeah, that's the thing with Dark Knight, is that they have a pull-in and a snare, but they don't really have anything to prevent you from stopping them. That's a lot of people. Yeah, you could do Aqua Veil on them as a white mage before they go in for the burst. But I think you have to use it on a party member, and I don't actually... Oh, I actually do have a Dark Knight in my party specifically, so it could work. Oh, there was a paladin guarding. I was like, how did that miss? I'm pretty sure it can't miss. But it's just because it got redirected. That's a lot of stuff happening over there. Imagine if I had a limit break. That would be nice. Hey Santu, hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Oh, buddy, you have to heal yourself. You're going to die. I've given you everything I have, and you're not casting any heals on yourself. You have all the healing in the world, but you're not using it. What's happening? Are you new here? Learning DSR Monk and Samurai. How's that going, Santo? Bam! Stun everybody, and then just run. Because now they're very angry, I think. Very, very angry. Run away with the giant wings. The giant wings of you know who did it. I just realized we have a bunch of nodes near our base, so if we can get those, we might actually turn that second place into a win. Boink. I don't have anything. We won! We were all the way down in last place and somehow we won! Wow! What an incredible twist! Also, wow! How did I do all that healing? Huh. I didn't even realize I was doing that much healing. I also didn't take very much damage. I was just hanging out in the back. That's also why I didn't do very impressive amounts of damage. Wow. Oh, we just barely yoinked the win from Gazel and Kit. So you were doing extremely well the entire match, by the way. Like, as far as I saw, you were in the lead for most of the match. And then we just snuck in right at the end and yoinked it. That was a good match. Yeah, I think what happened, Kitsu, is that I wasn't paying that close attention to the score, but right near the end, I shot Limit Break, my laser beam, just through the entire, like, most of the red team, I would guess. You would possibly know better than me whether you got hit in particular, but I just saw, like, oh, red team and yellow team is fighting. Well, I see most of the red team there. I'll just Limit Break, and then I got like 4 or 5 assists. So I guess it worked, and then suddenly my team was ahead. Sancho says, also DSR has my favorite tech of eating tank auto attacks as samurai for third eye proc since autos cleave. That is an interesting tech. Do your healers like that? Are they in on it? I hope they're in on it. It's expected. Okay. Thank you, Gazo. That reminds me of, like, it's a really, like, blast from the past kind of story for me. Back in Cataclysm in World of Warcraft, I and a good friend of mine joined a raid team during the final raid tier called Dragon Soul. I was playing Death Knight, so I was a tank, and my friend was playing Warrior. Cataclysm. He was playing Warrior, and he was really good at playing Warrior. I believe he was playing Arms, but he was using Berserker stance to increase his damage with very interesting tricks. I believe it was like stance weaving or stance dancing, which was like an advanced strategy. But the thing he did that sometimes really irked some of like our raid leader was that he would stand in fire while in Berserker stance, because when you're in Berserker stance, you get rage from taking damage, which means you get resources from taking damage. Imagine if Warrior got Beast Gauge from being hit, but you're a DPS. So you just seek out damage to get hit. But the thing is, the raid leader couldn't be mad because my friend was also topping the damage meter by a long shot. So I mean, it was working, right? Whatever was happening, it was working. Thank you for joining, Tracy. So you can't argue with results. It's a little bit like getting smacked with third eye on intentionally. Now, exactly, the real stand and fire DPS higher. I thought it was really funny because the thing is that he was the best DPS. Gazel says the glasses Kai is wearing is too expensive, so I can't get it. I can just make you some. Okay, come over here, I can make you some. I can make you glasses if you want. Everyone's leaving. I was going to say we're going to do the alliance raid, but we can also not. If you come back here, guys, I'll make you a pair of glasses. See, now I've already made them. Now you have to come and get them, guys. Now you have to come and get them. Hey, onions! Thank you. Right, so if you want to join for the new alliance raid, well, new the 6.5 alliance raid, well, first of all, come back here right this instant, young person. And second of all, come over to where I am, or tell me in the chat if you want to come along. Coco says I can't do the alliance raid. I suppose that makes sense. You still haven't finished the MSQ, have you? You can be along in spirit, Coco. Is it just the two of us, Carrix? Just the two of us. Thank you for coming, Emir. Good night. You can make it if you try. How did you spell your character's name, Miech? Was it like this? Is it this? Nope. Are you on the server? Aha! Look, we're basically indistinguishable. Do I have that character on my friends list? Or do I have your character on this character's friends list? Are you sure it isn't a small Kai who has you? Did you want to come along for the Alliance raid, Castle? I think the only thing, the thing you're missing for the glam is, do you have the pants right? You're just missing the shoes, actually. You're just missing the shoes. And well, I do have a specific ring on the right hand, but that's probably optional. But it is mainly just the shoes you're missing. Right. Well, I guess it's Viek when they're here. Are you on the way? We are on Louis Soir, you have to remember, not Alpha. You are there now. Okay. Mm. Loading. Right. Ready, chick? Mm. Chelsea says, one of these days I'll be one of the tanks or healers. One day. I think I've said since almost the beginning of when I started streaming, there's like, I've said, oh, it's going to be an awesome day when we actually get like worldwide data center travel. Like at least for like streams, for example. An interesting thing with worldwide data center travel is that I remember when like region-wide data center travel became a thing, it became so popular that it almost like the system broke down. And then a little while after, like after a week or two, and people had like kinda the new car smell had worn off, the new toy thing had ended, it kind of just went back to normal. Some players would hang out more on a different data center if they had more friends there, but for the most part, there wasn't like any massive issues ever since. So I think what's going to happen the day that we get worldwide data center travel, if we get it, notably, because we just might not, based on like some things we've heard sometimes, like as I've said before, they've said that they straight up just have the technology built, ready to go. It's there. They're concerned about the social aspects, for example. And because of that, who knows when we'll get it? Who knows when? The shoes cost what in the world? Just a billion. Are they that expensive? Good night, Coco. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the memberships. The Gazel, you could buy the shoes here for 12,000 if you like. I would recommend if you're using them specifically for glamour, you should get the replica variant instead of the regular one, specifically because the replica variant can be used at any level by any character. I don't know why they don't do this more, but like you can actually wear those shoes on any job. And yeah, as Classic Chris mentioned, Universalis is a good place to check prices. Like 12.6 might not be the cheapest version, but I don't know why my healer outfit is using the regular version. I'm pretty sure I have other outfits where I use the replica variant. For some reason, I just have the regular variant. I guess it's because I used the regular variant at some point and went, oh, I like these. The excess time to blow kiss to annoy Kai. Oh, I'm on limb lane. I don't mind. I'll try my best to keep you alive, assuming I have the resources to do that. But otherwise, I really don't mind.
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum.
Yeah, that makes sense, Viek. I could imagine that if you were in the group with me at the same time, because you know I'm also playing the game with sound for the nice stream experience. It might get really confusing and hectic if you have your own sound on as well. Here comes Sprite Explosion. I think we took that really well. Oh, JL, I believe the shoes that we were specifically talking about is the Sky Pirate's Shoes of Healing, because that's what I use for my outfit. Because Gazel has like a clone outfit, which looks almost like it was just the shoes that were missing. I don't actually know if like the specific item that I saw that I actually wanted on my notes is I don't think I'll win them, but if the ninja gloves drop in here, I'll greed on them because I want them, because they have good stats for a 650 item. But given that I'm not here as a ninja, I can't need on them.
I have looked forward to this moment, children of man. This
Children of man.
your depth of knowledge.
Children of man. But yeah, it is a good tip just in general. If you want a specific earpiece from an alliance raid, your best way to go about doing that is make sure that you're playing as the role that would use the item, and then make sure to not roll on anything else other than the specific item that you want. Because if you do that, then it means that you have an infinite amount of tries to get it. You just have to keep doing the alliance raid until you get it. Neofocus says, "Be sure to blow Kiss Limb Lane for me." I think Viek will do that. That's Seamew here. They promised that we'll get some slash blow kisses. Last week I actually I also were in here, and there was someone in one of the groups that managed to get hit twice by it. So there was so much fighting over getting hit that I never even considered it a possibility that I could even have a chance.
Join me in deepest knowledge. Let flow the waters of your mind.
It's triangles, my only weakness. No! Trigonometry and triangles, anything but that. Ugh. Oh, someone's just straight up dead.
Seek new perspectives.
Someone got triangled. Oh, it's almost the exact same save spot. Nice.
Small wonder the others have exalted so.
Oh, the knockback thing.
Oh, waters purifying, reveal their nature.
Oh, right. There's the boulders as well. I don't think I ever noticed those before. Interesting. I've just accidentally stood at the right spot every time. I don't think I've ever noticed those boulders before.
Share with me your ruminations.
Hieroglyphica.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
I think I'll take this one over here, actually. I think, right? It's a minor deal because, uh-oh. Because the boss does the left bank a while later.
Prove to me the wisdom of man. Let us enlighten one another.
More triangles!
Well done, wise children. Well done.
Smooth
Meh.
sailing so far, I see.
Meh.
Come then, mortals. Have you got the stones to face the navigator?
Have you got the stones?
Come on, don't keep me waiting.
We would have had the stones, but then Whitemate just learned glare
Let me
instead.
prepare a suitable stage for our union.
Beep, blap.
I'll teach you the ways of navigation.
I wonder if someone has already figured out the exact timings where you can get hit by that mechanic.
Mine are the waves and the winds.
Because there are periods where she will just not react. We'd be up to stone 6 by now. Yeah. And I think like Aero 5? That's a lot of... Yeah, exactly. That would be a lot of stones. We would actually have had the stones to face the navigator.
Can you contend with she who rules the tides?
We would have exactly 6 stones, which is hopefully enough.
My trident parts the
Huh.
very sea.
That did that guy, was that guy using, I suppose that maybe that black mage was using mana ward? It just looked like they just took the hit straight to the face and hardly took any damage. Strange.
You must make an ally of the wind. Rise above the white
Oi. Scoot. Left straight. Ah, it looks like someone else beat you to the punch. Yeah.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress.
Or rather, beat you to the stab. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cut it out, you.
Another one. Is that the same person? I think this player is just spamming the emote at every opportunity. It's Summoner double weaving blow kiss on every GCT.
I trust you don't mind if they play too. Come, Pericles. Valios.
Shields would probably help as opposed to mitigation. Yeah, probably. Because the damage, I believe, is unique damage, which means it ignores mitigation, but it's also percentage based. So a shield would help more.
Dance upon the waves.
The problem is that you would have to know that the person is going to get hit before they do, to like prepare it. Otherwise, the shield is just going to be spent on a different mechanic. Oh, I don't have to move anywhere. Is Alliance C okay?
That's the way, my clever serpents. Feel the might of the navigator.
It's summoner that it's a summoner that really needs love. Yeah.
Go on, my pets.
Pray do give them a hug on the end of the raid. Oh yeah, I suppose. Could do that. I think it might be hard to catch where they are. Ah! Sea foam spiral. Sea foam spiral.
Boundless as the ocean. Swim free, my pet.
2, 3. And the right straight. Slam.
You can surely do better than that.
Don't know about that, Limlane. Bop. 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 Oh, only 3. I was thinking like 4 or 5.
Brilliant you are.
Thank you. How about some more tridents and knife? Oh, they died this time. I think they got too much love.
To seek new horizons, you must come together as one. It falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
I gave them a pat.
It feels strange.
They got 3. I think they got every single one of the knives, and they died to the last one. Yeah, I think, Viek, what happened is that every single time there was a chance to get hit, that summoner just stole the chance by just spamming.
Not long now.
They died at the end for it, though. As I said, summoner double weaving blow kiss on every GCD. You tried your best, Viek.
I'm the last of us to face you.
We appreciate your efforts. Imagine if all bosses had a gimmick like that. Like every single boss just has some sort of aggressive reaction to a specific emote.
Strong are they who roam.
Azima, please.
amidst the storm.
You thought I was Sage, but actually Black Mage. Ethereal manipulation style.
You must persevere.
Has anyone tried Harvest Dance for Nofika? I wonder if that would work. Thank you, Gazel. Chelsea says, you know, if people want to see a bad Black Mage, you could try it for a clip. You're welcome to try. I'm sure some people will appreciate it at the very least. Just for the fun factor.
Wind, guide my arrow. My bowstring sings.
Yeah, I get that, Gazel. It can be very scary to like slide cast slowly towards the destination. I can totally see that. Especially when Ruin 2 is like such a nice, neat opportunity.
You can
right?
overcome this. I know you can. Arise!
Whee! Splat, dead on the floor.
Fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star. Come, grant us our heart's desire. Stay not your steps.
You know, Chelsea, on the tea time streams, what we do is often like we review to see if we can like give advice to teach like things to do better. So like if you want to get better at Black Mage, that might be a way to do it. Like do a dungeon or something and see how well you fare. There might be something to learn if it's a job that you aren't super experienced with. There are also like old tea times where there might be something like if you think you could get something out of like watching someone else's performance. I know not everyone would feel like it would help them that much, but I do think it can help.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us. Here our journey ends.
Ow. Owie. Both healers just see the Black Mage. Uh-oh. that is the saddest way to get raised. It's just come back to life and then just get yeeted into the air. They didn't take damage, but
May the wind ever be at your back.
oh, I was actually already at the safe spot. If I remember correctly, last week
The sweet sorrow of parting.
last week he wasn't even allowed to finish that mechanic
Stay the course.
that we just saw. This time he just barely managed to do it. But yeah, I will say that our black mage really stone cold. I'll probably survive. Tanks it. But I do wonder, look at the magic. I did actually say that on, I believe, on the day where we discovered that the slash blow kiss worked on limb lane. That either people have been doing this all along, like testing if emotes work on stuff, because you know there's the comfort emote on some dungeons on a specific debuff. And and it's either they've always been testing, or when we discovered the blow kiss thing, there was a wave of people trying to figure it out. Also, hey David Half here, I'm guessing you're Lisa Sato then.
It seems we're being summoned.
That's always fun.
Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
By stone cold, I of course meant that you were cold and calculated in a good way. I would say I meant it in a good way. I will say, and that's not me backtracking. That is the classic. I'm probably gonna live that black mage mentality, and when you live it, then you win. I'll stand by it. Yeah, I have a feeling that we learned a lot of that if there are a lot of other encounters where you can use emotes to trigger some sort of hidden interaction, we were probably going to be seeing a bunch of them days after the limb lane discovery. That's at least what I think. I would imagine that there's like a whole bunch of people trying to figure out if there's any content where you can use an emote, but there's so many emotes and so much content, so it might take a while. The ready check.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See, every last lotus returns to the star.
I think we've talked a little bit about this, like kinda briefly, a while back. But I think we have had discussions like, if a DPS is greeting and not dodging a mechanic, but they can survive it, would you mind as a healer? And I think for the most part, if they're doing the damage to accompany that kind of confidence, then I don't think I would mind.
Fight with all your being.
Oh, I guessed wrong. Could have sworn that it was the other direction, but it's of course because the boss turned. Good thing I used Holos then. Yeah, exactly. If the DPS is like making use of getting hit, then I think in the most cases a good healer wouldn't even care. Yeah, exactly, guys. In hindsight, I didn't even need to move. I got tricked by seeing everyone else being like, "Oh, I think we need to move into position." Oh, I could have sworn it was the opposite, but I'll trust you guys. Have I completely messed that up? I apparently have. Didn't make it into the donut because my sprint was on cooldown.
Blessings be upon Etheris.
It's fine. Now the boss then does very little for a long time.
'Twas your faith that gave rise to this radiance.
As long as I don't die due to double vulnerability stack, I'll be fine.
Shine like the stars on high.
Moon! That was the perfect ley line. Just ended as you step out of it. Oh yeah? Mechanic on my ley line? It's fine. Didn't want it anyway. I'll just casually stroll over here. It's always satisfying to see a black mage that just gets it perfect. Gets it really well. Like when we saw Jet with the convenient ley lines on Blade. Was that last week? I think that was last week. Thunderhand. Thunderhand. How long has my dot been away? Time for Trident. 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 I actually at first for some reason I had connected this with Haloni, so I didn't find it that weird that it was like a spear mechanic, but then it occurred to me that it's limb lane, and I feel like that wasn't exactly the most standout mechanic of that fight, but I suppose it was the one that made sense in this arena. And like I couldn't point my finger to what else it would be, because that's of course Haloni. And there was no other limb lane mechanic, but for some reason it never occurred to me that limb lane's representation is tridents. Until now. But I don't think the mega knockback thing would work very well in this arena. Oi, cut it out, you, is a mechanic now. Like instead of what we see them do here, we should just have like Eulogia here will just randomly just yeet a dagger on a random person. Just one person. Oh. Didn't even need to use Neuma. You have truly come far. Well, guess we'll start over. Ah, I keep mixing it up perfectly for some reason. I actually probably not the most popular opinion, but I do like that normal raiding gets mechanics like harrowing hell. I think that's a good thing. Can't speak for how hard it is on Savage. That's a completely different story, but I think that harrowing hell on normal is like, it's tough, but it's beatable. Whoops. Look, we have Elf. We got Elf, after all. Yeah, exactly. I think, like, healing P10 normal is very nice. Especially if you're like Sage or White Mage that has, like, the perfect button to deal with it. David says, I totally plan to play the ley lines there for the moons. Nice. That's fun. Did you just happen to be watching the stream? or did you notice me in the raid and was like, wait a minute? Chelsea says week 1. Even on Sage, I had issues because of no other party mitigation. I could imagine that. If I remember correctly, I think I did the raid tier. My first run, I think I did as warrior or paladin. I think. So I wouldn't even know the healer experience. I'm pretty sure I went as either of them. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you recognize the portrait? Well, that at least means that there was a point in making most of my portraits consistent. That's fun. I'm glad you checked in, David. basically identical. I will say on week 1, harrowing hell on normal is like, you're not used to that kind of burst on normal, so you're like, alright, that was a pretty big hit, now what's next? And then the boss smacks you again for a big hit, and you're like, okay. And then it just keeps going and going and going, so you're like, I didn't schedule for this, and then you just kind of wipe. But it's only evil on the first go. And I think it's a good thing that there's a mechanic like that. Jeff says, how does White Mage have more MP than Sage? Do you mean like how does White Mage have more like MP to work with than Sage? Is that what you mean? Chelsea says, I cheated and watched Xenoxis before going in. See, the thing is, I went in blind on stream. So I just kind of had to deal. So if you want to see it, you can both figure out what job I did the raid as on my first go. And you would be able to see how well I performed. If I remember correctly, the only boss we wiped on, I'm pretty sure, was P10 on normal on week 1. I think it was only P10. We might have wiped on P9, but I'm pretty sure it was only P10. Jeff, if it was indeed about the, like, how much MP you have access to, it's a little complicated because White Mage doesn't just have more MP than Sage, it has the most MP if you do it optimally. If you need it, then White Mage has the highest capacity for MP. Sage has, well, they have their Addo Skull, which gives them 7% MP every 20 seconds if you use them. And then you get an extra one every 90 seconds. You also get to start a fight with 3 of them, but that's a little bit more of a complicated calculation. And that extra one every 90 seconds, I believe it adds up to around 2 or 3% extra MP regen per minute. No, that's wrong. Must be like 4 or 5%. 2/3 of 7. But White Mage has Azai's, which is 7.5% per minute. Then every time they get a Lily, at minimum, it means that you can, like, you get a 400 MP save, which is 4%. At minimum, if you use a Lily in place of, like, Medica or something, then it's even more valuable. But at minimum, a Lily is worth around 400 MP, and every third Lily is worth 800 because you also use a Flatus Misery, which is free. So every minute you get 1600 MP, so that's 16%. Combine that with the Azai's, there you already have 23.5%. And then there's Thin Air. Now, it's an entirely different calculation because you also spend a bit more MP because of Presence of Mind. But Thin Air is the thing that makes White Mage and the timing, exactly, both JL and Chelsea mentioning Thin Air just as I'm like, and Thin Air, the thing that makes it so that White Mage's MP capacity is so massive that it doesn't even matter that Presence of Mind pulls it in the other direction, is Thin Air. If you actually need all the MP in the universe, then Thin Air is at its maximum capacity 2400 MP every minute. That's just bam, 24%. Like, that's approximately all the MP Sage gets to work with every minute. White Mage just goes wham with one of its abilities, just one. That's very, very hard to compete with. But Presence of Mind does pull it in the other direction. The reason why White Mage doesn't really want to have the same, like, massive amounts of speed, spell speed as Astrologian is partly because if nothing bad happens and you don't actually need all of that MP, then White Mage's, like, actual MP spending can be a little overwhelming. It's more so that White Mage's MP recovery is more so in not spending, like it's like in the savings account, not so much in the actual spending. So if nothing wrong happens, then White Mage doesn't spend, like, will have to spend, automatically will gain less MP by virtue of spending less. So they don't want an infinite amount of speed on, like, Astrologian that has a predictable amount of MP recovery. White Mage just has an MP recovery that, like, grows with the demand because of Thin Air. Like, you need Medica 2? Thin Air, it's free. You need Q3? Thin Air, it's free. So it's very difficult to compete with, but it is quite interesting because at some point, back when Afflatus Misery was a DPS loss, White Mage had, by construction, the worst MP recovery because all of this stuff wasn't really considered, like, MP, like, saving because you lost DPS by using them. And if you're wondering, how did that work? It's because at some point Afflatus Misery only did 900 potency, so it actually only did about the same damage as 3 glares, not 4, 3, but it cost 4 glares to use, so it was considered a DPS loss. JL says if nothing wrong happens, then White Mage should solace themselves to keep the lilies rolling. Yeah, you could do that. You could also just use Rapture, as Chelsea says. That way you can just, like, if anyone's missing, like, 1% of HP, you just top that up just in case. Like, yeah. That's typically what I do. It also seems cooler. I've described White Mage as the healer that does so much healing that they're literally overflowing with healing magic, and nothing says it better than that White Mage that is like, well, I don't have anything else to use it for, and then like a fountain of healing, Afflatus Rapture appears for no reason. No one asked for it and no one needed it, but here you go. With White Mage, it's not overhealing, it's mana preservation. Yeah, exactly. Gazel says, it is like saying it is a DPS loss to use any other healing spell. That's correct. Back when Afflatus Misery was 900 potency, the way that you looked at it was technically using Afflatus Solace or Rapture was a DPS loss. In the same way as casting Cure 2 or Medica 2 was a DPS loss. Just not as much, but in the same, like, by the same logic. But it is, like, it is complicated because obviously if you needed the healing, then you needed to cast the spell. But the logic is, of course, that if you didn't need to cast a healing spell for the group to survive, then you could have attacked. And the way that you reason that using a spell is that doesn't do damage as a DPS loss is more so by assuming that every single GCD is at minimum Glare 3 for a White Mage. By drawing that conclusion, automatically any GCD that does less than 310 potency is considered a DPS loss. And that's, like, generally how a DPS loss works, right? It's like making the assumption this is the minimum damage you're expected to do on average, and if you do something that deviates from that, which leads to doing less damage, then it's a DPS loss. But there's a difference between a DPS loss that you had to perform and a DPS loss that was avoidable. Like, for example, and this is something that I've heard a bunch of times somewhat recently, is that in level 70 ultimates, it isn't uncommon for white mages to use Cure 3 way more than on Medica 2, simply because the upfront healing is so much more valuable. But for you to use Cure 3, that would mean that you're not using Stone 4, right? So that would be a DPS loss, but there's a difference between losing damage because you could have healed it differently and losing damage because you might die if you don't. Like, then it's not really a DPS loss, but it is complicated. Right. So, we managed somehow to get through all of the roulettes, despite the many derailings from roulettes that we had throughout the stream. Including our sudden near almost doubling. Well, not doubling, but actually very close, surprisingly close to doubling of the Cult of the Pink, with both Ymir and Coco gifting a whole bunch of memberships, which I'm very appreciative for. And then there's also Siren, who became a member themselves. But we did get through all of the roulettes, albeit far over time. However, if you did enjoy the wonderful people that you saw here on the stream chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find me and hopefully a bunch of the people that you've seen here on the stream. That is also an excellent place to discuss game mechanics. Maybe you have a question for something. Maybe there's something that they can answer that I can't. Maybe I'm not available. Maybe I am available. You will also find me there. You will also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is happening throughout the week, such as there's a solo challenge stream that continues on Thursday, and Small Kai's side quest is happening on Friday this week due to some stuff in the weekend for me, where we will be leveling Astrologian some more. So just casual hangout streams, excellent places to talk about whatever Final Fantasy XIV, just fun stuff. And you can also find the announcement room, where I post a link whenever there's a new stream coming, whenever there's a new video coming, whatever it is, it usually appears there first. You can also, in the role assignments, choose the reminder role, and then I'll give you a little notification whenever I post something. I'll also give you reminders shortly before a stream goes live and things like that. Totally free. You just choose the role. And if you did enjoy this stream, then it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream itself in the YouTube stuff, whether the thumbs up is down there, somewhere on the screen. If you like that, it tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to see it, so YouTube will recommend it to more people, and that helps me. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything I have. Tomorrow, a video coming out where we talk a little bit about the tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV and how they don't always work. And yeah, solo challenge stream on Thursday. So I hope to see you there. And with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.